Hello, hello, beloveds. You'll have to let me know if you can hear me. Happy Sunday. Hopefully, we don't run into the same problems that we ran into on the last live. Hopefully, it is nice and smooth today. Amazing. Welcome. Hello. Hey, Vivint. How are you, sweetheart? Hey, Sarah RZ. How are you? How's you guys' Sunday going? How's everybody's Sunday? How are the Sunday vibes for you guys? Hey, welcome to everyone who's just joining. Happy Sunday. So great to have you guys here. That is how you get on the list. If you would like to get a mini reading, you definitely can. I have pasted the way to jump on the list into the chat and then pinned it for you. So it's easy to find. Oh, for everyone who hit the like, thank you. Oh no, what happened? Somebody was cussing people out at Popeyes. Oh no. What? Uh, and the old lady in line said she wanted to shoot him. And that's why I wasn't supposed to be in Popeyes on the Lord's Sunday. I am so sorry to hear that, the event. That's intense. Wow. Really intense. Oh my goodness. Hey, Casey. Charlotte weather is beautiful today. Oh, I love to hear that. Love to hear that because I know I've had some folks check in from the Southern Hemisphere and winter has been winter for them. So, yeah, exactly, Kylie. Grab that protection salt, grab that shield, grab the full armor, and get thee out of the Popeyes and get thee onto the, how do you put that? Get thee onto the Grubhub or what you may, whatever online service you use for delivery. Hey, Jenna Rose, great to see you. So, Jenna, uh what happened with I got your email. I can't remember if I responded to it. Hey, Queen of Water, happy Monday down under. Great to see you, sweetness. I got your email. I can't remember if I responded to it, but I just wanted to let you know, like, nice work getting to the clarity that you needed, hon. Nice work. I know the Popeyes biscuits really do have a particularly loud call for me personally. Um, so, yeah, anyone who wants to jump on the list can. The way to do that, I have listed it up above. There is the intel right there for you. Um, Kylie, how's your Sunday going? And the vent, what will you do with the rest of your Sunday? Jenna, hello, you didn't, but that's okay. I feel really powerful and good. Good. Everything is really flowing so beautifully and all is well. Wow. Nice. I'm happy to hear it, Jenna. Yeah. Keep up the good work. Feeling that self-awareness and, that clarity for yourself. I mean, whenever we make a tough decision, the validation and affirmation that we made the right one is always in the relief we feel afterwards, right? That there's no regret afterward, there's no questioning or doubt afterward. And I know you were wrestling with that decision for a long time, so um, good for you. Bent says, I'm going axe throwing around 6 p.m. Fun. It was a spicy chicken sandwich for me, sis. Queen of Water, it's probably better that you guys don't have a Popeyes. Trust and believe from the American's mouth, you're missing nothing. Basically, you're missing crack diabetes. It's the crack that you cannot quit once you start getting it, and it will give you the diabetes. So be relieved they have not made it to your country. There's no need. You can make a chicken sandwich and a biscuit right where you are. My Sunday's going really well. Thanks for asking there, Kylie. I appreciate it. Uh, yeah, that's exactly how you feel every time you go there. And there's like, you walk in and that's exactly what you're feeling. I'm not supposed to be eating this. It's like, people who got health conscious and then are like, okay, I'm going to give up fast food. This is what we feel every time we walk into like McDonald's. Like, I'm not supposed to be eating this. And then you go in there and like you're like, well, I'm just going to give myself this one day, this one meal, this one thing. And then afterwards, depending upon your body's level of sensitivity, you regret it immediately, or you regret it later, or you're just like, damn, that was good. I need to not do that again. Until the next time it calls you and you're like, I'm not supposed to be eating this. So, yeah, exactly. But yeah, my Sunday is going well. Thanks for asking, Kylie. After I eat at Macaz, yeah. Oh, so you have your version, Queen of Water in Australia. I get it. The coleslaw hits, to be honest. See, it's different things for all of us. I like the biscuits. You're into the coleslaw. Vince into the chicken sandwich. I'll be choking on my clogged arteries later. I think it's the sodium intake. And if it's from America, Queen of Water, guarantee you it's not just the sodium, it's all the chemicals because why would we make food when we can have food plus chemicals? Why would we just let food be food here? And then the second thing is all the processing. Like, why just serve a chicken when we can like take it all the way apart and then add a bunch of chemicals to it that have nothing to do with food that were laboratory made and then give it to people? Why would we just give people a chicken? Come on. Yeah. So anyway, um, vibrationally, how are you guys doing with the energy? I'm really curious. The full moon has now, I guess it was Thursday. How are you guys doing with the full moon energy? What revelations came to light with this full moon? This full moon had a lot of like dawning of some tough truths. I'd be curious what you all realized personally in your lives, work, love, family, friends, home when it comes to the full moon of this past week. I'm going to check the payment apps now. Amazing. Okay. The chemicals is the seasoning, right? The chemicals make all the flavor, apparently, according to the food scientist. Queen of water, that's it. Hormone replacement in the chicken. Oh, yeah. Even if it was in Australia, it's going to be way more healthy. Yeah, I agree. Because a lot of the other countries have bans on the chemicals that we use in food here in the United States. There's a lot of things that we're allowed to do to food here that's legal, that's completely illegal in the European Union and the United Kingdom and Australia and Canada. Um, there's just certain food things that we're just not allowed to do that here, open season, we can feed them whatever we want. And so our best bet is to find a farmer who doesn't put chemicals on what they grow and eat that. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Okay, list is open if you want to jump on it. That is the way to do it. Come over here. Just log in. Hmm. Does anybody else hate that two-factor authentication is now a necessary step for everything that matters to you? Oh my gosh. The process to log into anything at this point is such a pain. Such a pain. Okay. All right. So we've got Wise River Healing Gear first. And then we have Miss Queen of Water. And then after that, it would be your turn if you decide to make a payment of $25.25 to PayPal or a payment of $35.35 to uh, Venmo. $35.35 if you prefer to have a tarot or oracle clarifier. Hello, Dilki Awaz SD. Great to see you. Welcome. Um, I don't know where Wise River Healing is. Wise River Healing. It's your turn. Please paste your birth details and queue. Awesome. So we'll read for Wise River, then we'll read for Queen of Water in that order. Okay. You'll be here till your date. Oh, very fun. Okay. I'm not sure who Wise River is, but Queen of Water, I do see you're here. Dill Key, are you Wise River? Are you Wise River Dill Key? Let me know. Or Jenna, is that you? Are you Wise River? Or is it Sarah RZ? Are you Wise River, Sarah? Those are the only folks I've seen in the chat other than the Vent and Kylie. I'm new K Moon. I'm disabled boy. Oh, hi Dill. Welcome. Great to have you. You're welcome to hang out, but please know that readings are for people who are 18 plus only. I read for adults. Unfortunately, participation if you are a child. I can't read for you. Okay, Sarah is not Wise River. Thanks for letting me know. All right. Carmen, let's do you, baby. let's go ahead and read for you. Let me get your birth details, Carmen, just so we can get things rolling. And then when Wise River has reappeared, then we will read for Wise River. Wise River may have needed to take a phone call. Okay, let me go ahead and share the screen. Thanks so much, Carmen. Okay. Miss Queen of the Waters, Victoria, Australia. You guys know that I love to do this. It's crazy that I love to do this, but I do. Okay. Victoria. Okay. June 26, 26, 1969. Very nice. Hey, Queen of Water. Do you feel, not do you feel, but do you know what time you were born, Queen of Water? Let me know if you know the timing of your birth. And if you don't, we'll just use the sunrise chart, okay? You love when I do this. That's awesome. That makes me happy to hear that it's not one-sided. You guys appreciate it and I love to do it too. That's awesome. I had some fries to prep my arteries. It's hilarious. I wanted a burger 1:33 p.m. Thanks, Queen of Water. Very nice. No problem. No problem at all, sweetheart. Okay, so let's get into it. Carmen wants to know about the end of the year, beginning of next. Let's go ahead and do this. Um, okay. All right. So Queen of Water wants to know about the next 6 months. Scorpio rising, Scorpio moon, Cancer. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. I need you to think back to the first 6 months of this year, Carmen. What were January through May like? We had a lot of planets backed into Pisces, and that created an energy of almost like, I want to say like water, like excessive water for people who are heavy water signs. Like I see you've got a lot of water in your chart. When we get into November, whatever vibration, mood, energy, etc., that you were experiencing at that time, you're going to have a revisitation of it because we've got an abundance of water energy here. We've got Jupiter, we've got Neptune, Nessus, Juno, in water sign Pisces. And then in your moon and rising and Neptune sign, you'll have the addition of Mercury, the Sun, Venus, and the South Node. It was very emotional those first several months. You're going to have a revisitation of that in November. And it looks like that will last. Mars will be retrograde in your eighth house. This is going to bring up matters having to do with yourself and maybe some health stuff. Um, health issues or issues having to do with uh, things you can't control. It looks like these kind of things come up for you at the end of the year. Let's get into December. It looks like by December, some things definitely shift. And then certainly as we end the month, yeah, by the end of the month, things look like you move in a better direction, like things start to feel a lot better. But just be prepared that you'll have a revisitation of the stuff that you felt at the start of the year. And so, because of some of those things, whatever those themes were that had you feeling very emotional then, You're going to get a second hit of it, but you've got this breathing space that began in June, July, August, September, October. You've got this breathing space. My DM's karmics attacking you astrally. Got it. Yeah, it did, that can certainly happen when you've got a lot of energy moving through house six, kind of psychic attacks, astral attacks, just outright and open people coming against you, opposing your ideas at work, outright and open, kind of like gossiping about you, putting you down. That kind of thing can happen when you've got major transits through sixth and seventh house. Um, and so, what you need to do as you're working with this energy, let's get back into kind of the now time and understand how to work with it. What there is to do, Carmen, is first of all, really understand the things that you can't control. That's a major one. With Mercury moving into its home house here, your 12th house, this is about really cultivating your psychic protection for yourself. And then lastly, I would say it's going to be really, really important for you to work on your grounding because Earth is really the only planetary energy that can support and hold water. And so when there's going to be this abundance of water energy towards the end of the year, really having some good grounding practices, psychic practices, up for you so that you're shielded energetically and vibrationally, you're not thrown off course. I have found that as much as you can be outside, and it will be summertime where you live when we get into November, as much as you can be outside, literally on the earth, taking in the frequencies of the sun, the frequencies of the earth, as much as you can move your body, the significant changes going on in the Schumann's resonance don't disturb me as much. And you might find that the same would be true. And that would also create less psychic sensitivity as well. You still get to have your gift, but it won't suck you dry. So that's what I have for you, Miss Queen of Water. Hang in there. And that seems like the major thing to tell you about in advance. Everything else is kind of like, oh, there's Mercury retrograde here, but that's not going to be a huge deal for you. You'll make it through that pretty smoothly. I also see the Mars retrograde, which will just happen at the same time all this water stuff is happening. But the issue is that you're going to be inundated, emotionally flooded. So it'll be a really good idea to do what you can to just take care of your emotions. All right, Queen of Water, thank you. I appreciate that. Did Wise River Healing return? Who is Wise River Healing? Because you were the first person to pay, and I would like to read for you next. However, I don't see your information. Oh, you may actually be somebody else altogether. Okay. All right. The list is open. If anyone would like to get on it, that is how you do it. I would love to read for you. That's how we set you up. It's 25-25 to get a single chart, single question mini reading. And it is 35-35 to add a tarot clarifier. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Queen of Water. Okay, thanks. Story of my life, empath, emotion. Yeah, you'll be swimming in it for sure. As we get into November and December, there will be a lot of water. But you'll be able to do it. I think you'll be able to do it. You got through the first half of the year and then you'll be done. Hey, Dill, you are good girls. Yeah, the women in here tend to be a solid group. They're kind, they're big-hearted, they've got good boundaries, and they look out for one another and for everyone who comes into the chat. The women in here are they're strong. I really like the people who've joined and started to circle around the live mini readings. They're a solid group of women. I agree, Queen of Water. I mean, I really like the work of Andy Porter. Um, if you're really struggling, there's two resources that I recommend for you. There's Andy Porter, and then there's Pink Healing Light. I'm going to share those with you now. Uh, where is my Zoom so I can share video? There we go. Where's security? Exactly. The bouncers. When Andy's really good at dealing with psychic attacks, satanic energy, dark force entities, when you've got something that has been a problem in your life. He's got a guide that he works with, and this is the kind of stuff he clears. He'll do psychic surgery. If you're clairaudient and you're hearing voices that are not your guides, he can clear curses, voodoo, witchcraft, black magic. He can clear entities. He can clear your property as well. Depending upon what the guidance is that he receives in terms of dealing with the psychic stuff, he may do a return to sender because sometimes that's the only way that people stop, but otherwise he can get it to be removed and sent back to the light. He does spirit release therapy. And so he's a fantastic resource to get yourself cleared. And he's also a really affordable resource. I like his pricing the best out of everyone who does SRT. He calls his SRT a spiritual health check and clearing, and it's 40 pounds, which I'm not sure how much that is in Australia, but in USD, it ends up being about $50, max 58, depending upon what the exchange rate is. But yeah, he'll clear your auric field. And, if been sitting with that kind of energy for too long, he'll clear and regulate the chakras for you. If there's kind of disincarnate beings, beings that died but didn't go to the light, kind of gravitating to your light, he'll remove those. If there's any portals around your property that, dark force entities are using to come and go, he'll remove those. Interdimensional parasites, he'll remove those. Um, any kind of emotional thought forms, which can act like to magnets to what you to if she's thinking negatively of you and you're vibing it and sensing it, because all of our psychic senses are opening up significantly this year. um, if we have negative emotional thought forms, they act as like landing pads or magnets for other people's negative energy. He'll clear those. If you've had surgery or anything else going on, like a soul shock that would have created a fragmentation of the soul and left part of your soul outside of your body, or all of your soul, like 30% outside of your body, he'll reconnect the soul to the body in correct configuration, all of that kind of stuff. So for 40 pounds, I mean, come on, like you cannot beat that. Um, and then I also like Pink. She'll do the same process, but instead of giving you a written report that has just a couple of check marks, Pink will actually sit down and record the entire thing for you. Um, so you can do spirit release therapy and energy clearing, and she clears all the same stuff. Um, but she'll record it for you so that you understand what happened and what created your personal vulnerability in the circumstance. Because sometimes these things can happen, but we we can be impervious to them because we're so psychically and spiritually protected. But if that's not the case for you, unfortunately, you'll find that your sensitivity to it just amplifies the problem. Okay. So, all of that to say, get the clearing, stay cleared during, the November, December pathway. I would say give yourself some permission to um, get cleared maybe twice, once in November, once in December, or more if you need it. And in January, again, reset. But it's going to be really important, Queen of Water, to, um, just to vibrationally stay at a higher level. Um, Hey, Lucy, welcome. There is a way to bypass that. It's at the very bottom of the screen in small print, and it will tell you, to skip this, something, something. So, um, I sense and get boiling hot when somebody's staring at me. Yeah, that's exactly right. Some like, and because we're all like, this is a year where everyone is stepping more deeply into their spiritual gifting. You can feel, when there's people just aren't thinking positively to you, or positively about you. When there's negativity around you or interfering in your connection, you can feel that more so now than ever. So it's more important now than ever to be really diligent about grounding and protecting yourself, grounding and protecting your energy. That's the truth event, Dill. We do not. You're welcome. This is where we meet. We don't go to other cities. We meet here on the internet. Okay. So hopefully Lucy was able to figure that out so that she could get on the list. But the list is open. If you'd like to jump on it, that's how you do it. We just read for Queen of Water. It's 2525 for a live mini reading. I'll take a look at your chart and answer the question. Question I just answered was what's coming up for me in the next 6 months for Queen of Water. And then some people are asking about the Mars retrograde or the Uranus North Node conjunction, what it means for them, or if they're struggling in certain parts of life. What are the changes that are coming in those areas of life? A lot of people ask what their spiritual gifts are. So, yeah, I can answer any of those questions for you. I'll pray if I see a person's face like they feel away, and I'd be like, oh, nah, I'm gonna go pray about this when I get home. Good event. Queen of Water says I'm gonna build a fortress around myself. It's not a bad idea, to lay down salt near your entry and exit points, your windows, your doors, to use protective crystals. I use different protective crystals. You can look up which ones, are which, but find the ones that resonate for you and use those in the corners of your home and around your bed and your workspace in your home. Protective crystals can go a long way, so can salt. If there's vibrational misalignment between you and other people. Okay. All right, Lucy. All right. So let's see. As I see Lucy did figure it out, and Chrissy is here. Hello, Chrissy. Welcome. Um, hey, Lucy. Hey, Chrysula, great to have you here. Welcome, darling. Great to have you. So grateful you joined. Um, okay, we're going to read for Lucy, then we're going to read for Chrissy. Chrissy, are you here? Get your question ready. Um, Lucy, please paste your birth details, time, date, location, and your cue. Okay. All right, Verena, welcome. Welcome, Verena, Verena, Verena. Maluzines, it's great to have you here once again. Okay. And anyone else who wants to join the list, you can. It is $25.25 USD to jump on the list. And I will do a one question, one chart mini reading for you. You can ask about me or a loved one if you're struggling with a loved one. You've got questions about, what's going on and your connection with them. I've had people read for their kids, or, if they're struggling with something with a sister or struggling with something with a loved one, like a lover, you can definitely have me read that as well. Okay, let's see what Lucy wants to know about. Let's go ahead and share the screen really quick. Okay, cool. Let's come back here. Where is the share screen function? Cool. And here we go. You're born in Michigan. You were born in Detroit. Okay. And it is August 1980, 12 a.m. Okay, let me now read the question. Hey, Chrysula, if you could get your question ready the same way you see Lucy pasted hers here with the birth details and the question. If you could get that ready, don't paste it yet, but just when I call your name, once I'm finished with Lucy here, then paste it. That would be fantastic. All right. So get yourself ready. Let's see, Lucy, last mini read, I asked my shadow work. This time I would like to know my twins' shadow work through the end of the year. Interesting. Okay, it's an interesting question. Um, I mean, there seems to be a significant amount, and it hasn't even really started yet. I mean, it actually has with Uranus conjunct his natal Chiron. This for your person is a period of time when Uranus conjuncts Chiron, um, where unfortunately a lot of our wounds open up for divine healing. But in order to feel anything, you have to heal anything, you have to feel it. Um, And that's the piece here. I think your person's going through a pretty significant emotional opening at this time. And it's really about coming home to some emotional truths about, with Chiron there in the 12th house. Chiron represents the part of us that we feel not good enough about, and that we then have to bring our we have to bring that part of ourselves home. We have to welcome that part of ourselves back to the rest of us. And so I'm seeing the major thing that your person's dealing with is self integration. It's a bit of self love and self compassion. Where is Neptune? Okay. Natal Pluto is 19 degrees. I'm also seeing that there's some issues in the world of boundaries that your person is needing to take on when it comes to exercising and wielding their power appropriately, and when it comes to facilitating and fostering appropriate give and take with other people, where they have overgiven or overtaken. Saturn's trying to rectify that for them. So this is a really significant period of time of transformation and change. If I'm going to be honest, Lucy, both transits that I just mentioned, they go well into next year, just so you know. This stuff that we are talking about, Saturn doesn't stop really dealing with your person's Pluto and Sun until we get to the end of the first quarter. Uranus is still, after retrograding back, hovering and about to make a second pass or a third pass over your person's Chiron. Their 12th house is stacked and providing a ton of kind of psychic insight, intuitive hits, dealings with the subconscious mind, and really fostering a need to kind of shift the way that they are operating about certain things. I would say that the energy that your person is working with in terms of transformation, growth, and change is with your person through the end of the first quarter. And even then, it looks like your person remains on the quiet or withdrawn side. Looks like your person um, goes into a bit of a period of like healing, internal healing for a little while they release some things that just didn't work for them. And so I love to see this. I mean, it's a beautiful energy of healing, transformation, and growth, but it's the kind of energy that, it looks really internal. Like it's the kind of thing that brings a person internal to themselves, quiet with themselves, maybe detaching a bit from a lot of people. And then on top of that, right after that, just as Saturn hits Pisces here and moves into their 12th house, if they haven't already, they're going to start to shed a lot of the people who were on the level that they were just at, a lot of the friends they were more recently dealing with. You're going to see a lot of that happen. So, all of that to say, this is a period of supreme growth for your person, Lucy. Much of it dealing with their own wounds and feeling not good enough, and the ways they may have acted out to cover that up. It does look like they're going to be going through a period of time where things get placed in right order for your person. Okay. Okay. Happy for him healing energy, and that makes sense. Yeah. All right, Chrysula, it's your turn. After we do Chrysula, um, oh, I've already refunded you, Lucy. So you should see that back there in your Venmo. If you would like to have a second question, we can trade Venmos all day. You just send 25 right on back to me, beloved. Send it right on back. If you want to do another one. Okay. All right. So On the list, we have Chrysula, who we're going to read for now. Then we're going to read for Melusines. And then after Melusines, then we're going to read for Arnold Bocalar. So, Arnold, if you are on the list and you're listening, welcome. Just give me a second to work with Chrissy and Verena. You don't need to paste anything right now because it's not your turn. Okay. Okay. Um, let's see. Oh, cool. What did Made for Love say, Kylie? I'd be super curious. Gonna have to watch her post. EMB, I would like to know what is going on in relationship to my twin. You're welcome, Lucy. I really just needed that question. Then there you go. Now you've been refunded. Just confirm for me that you see it. EMB, no problem. You just need to give it a minute. Let me work with Chrissy and Verena. And in the meantime, if you would be so kind as to prepare your questions so that when I call your name, all you have to do is hit paste and send. The list is open if you would like to get on it. That is how you do it. It's $25.25 USD to the Venmo on your, or the PayPal or Venmo on your screen. If you would like to add tarot and oracle clarifiers, you can bring that to the table as well. For $35.35 USD, I can read the chart and then add on some tarot and oracle for you. Okay. All right. So let's move on here. Where is Chrysula? There we go. I don't see it, Chrissy. I don't see it at all, sweetheart. If you could try again and just mind that there's a character count. You can only have 200 characters. So if you would be so kind as just to take out any additional characters, you'll see it at the bottom of the screen. It won't send correctly. One or two videos ago, it was a beautiful sentiment. I appreciate her spreading the word. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having a listen to that because there has been some real changes in collective energies for divine counterparts. Thanks, Chrissy. Appreciate it. Okay, so we'll read for Chrissy. Melusines, you know the drill, so I'm sure you're already ready to go. Thank you so much. And then EMB, just hang out, have a look at how Verena does it, Melusines. And then when it's your turn, after I do Melusines, it'll be time for you. Hey, Kat, welcome, sweetness. Great to see you always. If you would like to jump on the list, anyone, the list is open. I'm reading for Chrissy now, and then I'll read for Melusines and then EMB. And then it would be your turn. And as long as everyone is ready, when I call their name, the list will be moving fairly quickly. Right now, we have a little bit of downtime while Chrissy works out some of the character count on her question. And, as long as everyone's ready when I call their name, we can kind of keep this flowing. Okay. Welcome to anyone who's just joining. Great to have you here. Awesome. What's going on in our connection? He finally broke up with a karmic. Oh, Kylie says, I feel very Aries today. Right on, girl. Very nice. Okay, so let me share a screen. Welcome, Chrissy. The vent could tell you better than me. Okay, Sula. So, Chrissy, I'm going to read your person's chart for you. In a one question, one chart mini reading, I can only read one person's information instead of two. Um, 10, 26, 66, Albany. Okay. And I've got 10, 26, 1966. I take it you do not know the birth time, so we'll use the sunrise chart. And he's an early Scorpio. Let's go ahead and set the timer. Okay, so when I see here, let's see what is. Oh, good. So his life path is switching directions. This is great. Uranus conjunct the North Node. And I also see here Jupiter is going to retrograde back and forth over his moon, creating greater emotional expansion, understanding, and congruence. I would say also that with his, who is this Chiron talking to? Nobody. Great. Okay. This is good. The major shifts and changes that were going to happen for him, they happened last year. So, what you're seeing right now, and they happened last year when Saturn squared his sun. Now Saturn is squaring his Mercury. Mercury is the ruler of the eighth house of endings. This looks to me like it's a bit of a rocky ending. And with Saturn going retrograde kind of back and forth, not only is it a rocky ending, it's not neat. There does seem to be during the period of the Saturn retrograde a bit of back and forth. There seems to be a bit of loose ends that, with once Saturn retrograde completes, it does look like those things get cleaned more fully up. But what you're seeing now is an outpicturing of stuff that shifted for him last year. So let's get into next year. Yeah. Okay. By the time Saturn, we get into the end of the first quarter of next year, it really does have a beautiful, beautiful energy of, um, just kind of like him being more in his power, being more empowered about what's going on for himself. He still, by the end of the first quarter, looks unclear about his direction and things because Uranus will have retrograded back and forth on his North Node and his seventh house of committed partnership. He's still got a lot of integration to learn to do. There's a lot of questions I'm seeing are unanswered about why he was in the situation he was in to begin with, how he got himself there, and what he needs to learn in order to deal. Between now and the end of the first quarter, I'm seeing a lot of growth and integration and clarity and wrapping things up. Even though he may have made the break, I don't see that it's fully done yet, not until we get into next year, either by his heart, specifically eighth house, by his money, but also it could be just by his, just his essence, like it's not back online. I was calculating the other day, my first really significant breakup, like super significant breakup, and this wasn't even my twin, right? When we were together early on, he and I broke up, but when my first significant breakup, we were together for 6 years. Even though I went and I dated other people for a period of time after that, and even got engaged to someone else, I was not fully myself, fully back online for a decade. It took me 10 years to be fully myself again. And I have very minimal fixed energy in my chart. Your person has an abundance of fixed energy in their chart, right? And so I want you to consider that this may be a very long process for your person. Just because they're technically out of it doesn't mean they're emotionally, physically, spiritually, financially out of it. And it's going to be really important for you to understand that and have some right sized expectations when it comes to what your person will and won't do with you, at some point in the future. Have some really right sized understanding of the fact that this union window is a union with self period of time. And that's what's going on with your person is a coming home to himself, surrendering to his self. The divine counterparts are going to meet up on top of his moon in the sixth house of things he can't change and has to surrender to, which is his nature. So this for him, I would say this, I got it. He's done with that, but that doesn't mean that he's himself and ready and available. So just keep that in mind. Uh, it's your turn, Melusines. Please go ahead and paste your question. List is certainly open. That is how you get on it. It is one question, one chart mini reading. And I was done with the relationship. Like it took me about 4 years to really be over it, but I still wasn't me yet, you know? And that's the part that was really frustrating for me and meant that I wasn't fully available in the way that I wanted to be with my ex fiance. I remembered who I was. See how EMB, you see how Melusines, I called her name and she just pasted her information there like that. That's what I need you to do. I'm going to read for Melusines. And when I'm done with Melusines, then I need you to paste when I call your name. List is open. It's 2525. And it's interesting because I personally process things a lot more in the way that people say men do. And they can be a little slow on the processing sometimes. I'm certainly that way. And so I say that all of that in so much love for you to stay, to give you a bit of perspective around what it might be like for your person. And just because they're out of it doesn't mean they're themselves again. And that it looks like your person's about to work a longer term process about becoming themselves again. Okay. So, okay. It's 2525 USD. If you would like to get on the list, I'm going to read for Melusines now, and then I'm going to read for EMB. After I read for EMB, it would be your turn for a one question, one chart astrology reading. But if you would like me to add tarot or oracle clarifiers for you, you can certainly do that. And you can do that with a payment of $35.35 USD, $35.35 to either the PayPal or Venmo account listed in the blue chat, pinned comment, or listed above. Thanks for joining. Melusines, beloved. Job wise, I'm stuck. Nothing is moving forward. Okay, let me move this out of the way so I can see. I feel like I cannot settle. I am not done with studying. I changed career the third time now. When will the energies loosen up and when let me work for what I am here for? Great questions. Okay. Now, did you change careers? Like literally completely different industries? Or did you just change jobs 3 times now? I'm trying to understand. This is going to be a bit of a process. I want to warn you now. Much of what's happening is like life picking you up and walking you over the chessboard and giving you, permission and energy to, be in a different place. And so part of why this is happening, there's several reasons. Number one, you've got Saturn crossing back and forth over your sun. You've got Uranus directly square your sun. And that Uranus is going to slide on into and cross over your IC line. Once it crosses over that IC line, it is going to hit your midheaven and change your career path once again. Some of this had to do with Neptune speaking to your moon in the way that it was. There was a lot of emotional pliability and transitionality within you, which is a transit I see happen when Neptune hits either the ruler of the midheaven or the moon, when you're needed in certain places. But in order to be in those places, you have to become emotionally unattached to where you're at. And so, all of this to say, you're not done yet. I wish I could say that, there was something percolating and everything's going to come up roses. What I am seeing though is that you are taken care of with Jupiter crossing through that second house of earned income, aspecting that midheaven. Jupiter expands and brings opportunity to whatever he touches. And in the second house of earned income and in the career house, yeah, there is some level of something available for you. But what I am seeing here is that it may not be what you want. I get it. You feel like you can't settle. I don't know what that means for you. Either can't settle in because you're restless or can't settle for something you don't actually want. I'm seeing it's going to be a little bit before the right thing shows up. And again, it's because your light work, your energy, your vibration, your life force, your transmission, it's needed in certain places. And so you're being moved by the hand of the divine to be in a place where you're needed. It's not necessarily the right thing for you. I get that. And simultaneously, it is going to be what's necessary at this time. And this kind of energy will come to make sense in the fullness of time. So I want you to hang in there, Melusines. We've got a ways to go. Even as we get into this time next year, let me show you. We'll go to August of 2023. Uranus is still hanging out before it gets into Gemini and crosses over your IC line. And even though Saturn has made its way and been done now with your Sun, Saturn's now going to sit on top of your Mars, your motivation and ambition, your Mercury, your clarity. And so there's what this is presenting like in my clairvoyance is that there's these disparate parts of you that through this process are several things are happening. They're getting braided together, like in terms of integration. These parts of you are getting braided together. These parts of you are coming together to flow. But what's necessary is these other environments for you. Okay. And so I would give yourself some grace, give yourself some patience. I want to remind you, you're not behind. And for every light worker who's going through a similar situation, last year we had a situation vibrationally. My guides had shown me that a lot of light workers were waiting in like an airport where all of their flights were canceled, unfortunately. And so there was this holding pattern that a lot of the twins and others were in, waiting for information about where they're supposed to go, how they're supposed to get there, what they're supposed to be doing, because the decision about where you were going to be needed just hadn't gotten made. Those decisions are getting made now, and many of us are finding our lives moved in some very different directions than we had initially or originally planned for. And it's because there have been decisions made at a level that's well above my pay grade in the world of where light workers are needed that are causing us to be relocated into different locations, different destinations, different realities. And so, Verena, being where you live, right? You're in Europe. There's so much shift and change happening. Europe really has been, in many ways, a centralized directing force for many of the things that happen here on planet Earth, Europe and the United States. It's not to say that the other countries do not play a role, they do. We all have our role to play, but being centralized in the European Union, there's so many places where you could be that facilitates influence as a light worker that part of what you're dealing with is that, for 6 months you're needed here, then a year you're stationed there, and then another 2 to 3 years you're stationed here. And then 4 years after that, you're being prompted to be elsewhere. It's like being deployed by the military is what I want to encourage you to consider. But understand that it's not without purpose. Okay. EMB, please paste your birth details and Q. It's your turn. Thanks for letting me read for you, Verena. Okay, Johanna's gotten on the list. Thanks, Johanna. I am going to read for you after I read for EMB. Well done, EMB. Johanna, you see how I called EMB's name and EMB was ready to go with their information? Okay, that's what I need you to do. Birth details and your question, just be ready to go, paste it in the chat. So start working on how you want to phrase things so you can get it all into the 200 characters. The list is open. If you would like to get on it, you definitely can. It's a payment of $25.25 USD to either that PayPal or that Venmo link that you see there, that Venmo ID. If you would like to add a tarot or oracle clarifier to your single chart, single question mini reading, you can certainly do that. That turns out to be $35.35. Okay, let's get into it, EMB. What is going on in our connection with my twin flame in the coming months and year? Okay, I'll just read your person's chart, EMB. I'm not going to be able to read two charts in a single question, single chart mini reading. So I'm just going to read your person's chart and help you understand what may be happening with your person. Okay. And that will, just so you're clear, that's not going to give me the picture of the entirety of the connection. It's just going to give me a picture of their growth journey at this point. Because sometimes we're in separation and we think it's them, but it's really us based on things going on in our own chart. So that is a thing. So looking at your person's chart, EMB, you know, move that stuff out of the way. EMB, are you two even in communication? Because I'm seeing separation energy in your person's chart from a divine counterpart. Now, if you're a soulmate, that's going to be different. But if you're a divine counterpart, I am seeing separation energy between you and your person beyond the horizon that would have, it's like ramping up in the now time. If you're a soulmate, there could be some separation energy, but it doesn't look to be as intense. Mainly what I'm seeing for your person is they hit their Jupiter return and get into next year and have that Jupiter move through that eighth house of endings and completions. I see your person closing out a major cycle. The union energy of Juno and Jupiter meeting up at the third degree of Aries takes place in that eighth house. And so I'm seeing an alchemical change for your person come forward, whereby they were one way before this energy. They're going to be another way after this energy. And this is really fostering for them an opportunity, like I've been saying, for them to come home to themselves, be more themselves, connect more deeply with themselves. And it's fostering an opportunity for them to get into a place where they feel aligned with who they really are. With this energy, I'm also seeing Uranus going to retrograde back and forth and contact your person's Mercury as we get into the last 4 months of this year. That's going to shift some things in the way your person is thinking. I'm seeing a lot of insights, a lot of clarity. Most of this is going to be about work and who they are and their place and where they fit here on planet Earth, since Mercury governs the 10th sign from their sun and their sun sign. I see them getting super focused on themselves. It looks like a doubling down on me, a betting on me kind of transit for your person, which is exciting. I'm glad you guys are in contact because then that'll allow you to witness the unfoldment as this person really elevates into spreading their wings here on earth, beginning to express who they are, starting to find their right place in the world of work, following through with some of their goals and dreams and self expression. I'm seeing that you're going to find that this person is far more congruent in what they say and what they do, which sometimes can be a little tricky when you have an abundance of Virgo energy. Sometimes you can be decisive, but decisive only after long periods of vacillation, or you can be decisive and then change your mind frequently. Um, or you can stall decision making by getting lost in the details. That's the shadow side energies of Virgo. I'm seeing that your person's going to clean a lot of that up and move into a period of more decisive clarity about who they are, what they want, what they have to offer, where they're headed, and who they're not, what they can't offer, what they don't want. And I'm seeing that the clarity about these things is really going to start to move your person's life in the direction their soul journey has been wanting them to take for a long time. But they've been, I can see here there have been some periods of time where they struggled with some internal wounding and not good enough. I see there's been some feeling like everything they put their hand to, it didn't work out. I'm seeing that that's been an issue, especially during the pandemic. And then I'm seeing even prior to the pandemic, the several years before that, it always felt like everyone else bus was coming, but not theirs, not their train, not their bus. Like it just seemed like their life wasn't going anywhere. I'm seeing your person is moving into a season of life finally unfolding for them finally getting to, like on a football team, there's, the main players, the A string, and there's the backup. And the backups are always like, put me in, coach, let me play, let me get a turn. I'm seeing this next year and a half, your person is moving through a cycle of it finally being their turn. And so it's good that you guys are in communication because I'm seeing you're going to get an opportunity to witness that if you're talking. So very good. I know you asked about your connection. I'm going to be honest. I said it at the beginning. I'm going to repeat it for you now. It does look like a period of separation is incumbent. It doesn't mean you won't talk, but it looks like this person's about to get ready on betting on themselves and getting focused on themselves. And it does not look like a period of time for relationship. It looks like a season for career and self cultivation. Okay. Johanna, thank you so much for your patience. It's your turn. You'll have to let me know how that resonates with what you see. Joanna, it could be Johanna or Johanna. You have to let me know how to pronounce it. Please paste your birth details and your cue. Nice, Johanna. Thank you for being ready when I called you. I really appreciate that. If you are listening now and you're enjoying what you're seeing, you can certainly jump on the list. That's the way to do it. It is $25.25 to get on the list. Just made payable to that PayPal or that Venmo. It also appears as well that if you would like to add tarot or oracle clarifiers to provide a bigger picture or greater information, more specifics and detail, you can do that with a payment of $35.35 to the PayPal or Venmo links listed there. Okay. Okay. Croydon. Got it. Oh, wait. There's two birth details there. Hey, Flower. Welcome, darling. Great to see you. You, him. Okay. My counterpart left a karmic for good and he came back. We have reunited in person, but we're taking it slowly. Can you check our connection for the next few months? I can check your person. I can only read one person's chart, doing a one chart, one question mini reading. So he was born in Surrey. Am I spelling that right? Yeah, I think Surrey's in England. Is there a place nearby Surrey that, because Surrey's not in my software, is there a city nearby that I could potentially use? That would be great. Um, and then what is the date? Let me get the date together while you do that. July 25th, 1966. And there's no birth time. All right. So you tell me, where is Surrey? Or what city could we use as a stand-in, Jojo? Let me know. If you're just joining, welcome, welcome, welcome. You would be next. I'm reading for Joanna now. And as soon as I'm finished reading for Joanna, it would be your turn. The list is open. Let me see. 906-219. Flower, how was the rest of your day yesterday? Croydon. Okay, sounds good, sweetness. Let me reshare screen. And the last person I read for was just from Croydon. Wonder if you guys know one another. Okay, so let me just double check that I've got all of his details entered correctly. Croydon. Sorry. Okay, got it. United Kingdom. Got it. July 25th, 1966. You are literally in the same position as the last two people I read for. Are we sure we're doing a different chart? July 25th, 1966. You're literally in the exact same position. Okay, so here's the deal. If he just left, I certainly see the separation energy in the chart. Saturn is still transiting through your person's seventh house. I see the separation energy was percolating as of the end of last year. And in the end of last year, that percolation was not end of last year, the beginning of next year, beginning of last year, since January 2021. And I would say November, October of 2020, there would have been a clarity for your person that, okay, yeah, this is probably done for me. That only amplified last year. So I'm really thrilled to hear that, given I'm going to show you in your person's natal chart, given this, that your person has so much fixed energy that they made moves, because fixed signs typically don't move very fast. They tend to go very slow, realize it, and then it's like, nope, too stubborn to change it. Just going to keep doing what I'm doing. So I'm thrilled to hear that your person has moved on it, especially with a sun square moon in the way that they have sun square moon now. Um, they're still not out of the woods. That's the issue, is that we're going to have Saturn get over here into your person's eighth house next year. Saturn's going to square your person's moon. And I can see when Saturn, not square, trine your person's moon. When Saturn trines the moon, a person tends to snap into emotional integrity and emotional reality about how they feel. And so I do see that your person's feelings are really, they're going to be coming home to the heart space a lot more. Feelings are going to be a lot more pertinent and important to your person. However, the challenge and the problem is going to be Are they really emotionally available at this time? That's going to be what you're dealing with. The other issue you've got coming against your person in a challenging kind of way is the way Pluto's going to move on their seventh house cusp line. And that's a movement that's going to take 3 years. I will show you. Okay. So we've got 2023, Pluto's at that 28th degree. It has already hit the first degree in the early months of the year and then retrograded back. Pluto's a heavy hitter. Pluto dramatically changes everything that once was before making it something new. It starts with an ending. You may find that your person begins to say things like, I'm not meant for relationships. I'm not cut out for this. I don't want another relationship after this. I intend to be single. You may hear that kind of thing from your person. Pluto here, now we're in 2024, you can see has retrograded back and forth a second time. Now let's get into 2025. Now Pluto's going to move on. Pluto moves fully into the seventh house and fully and dramatically changes their orientation to relationships, their self, who they are, who they feel like they are, and what happens next for them. As Pluto hits this person's sun, from the seventh sign from the sun, the seventh sign from your sun, whatever your opposite sun sign is, when major planetary transits hit that sign, there is always something changing in the world of relationships. With Pluto, it's a change that goes through a resurrection cycle. It starts with a death or an ending. So we've got that. But it's not just the ending in the outer world, the relationship ending, it's the ending in the inner world, his relationship to relationships, the way he thinks about them, processes them, what value he places on relationships. That is fundamentally changing, and that's going to be a multi-year process. So you may find that he comes, he goes, he's hot, he's cold, he's in, he's out, he wants you, he withdraws, because his relationship to relationships is changing. And it's not a bad thing as he moves into his Saturn return, which he's headed toward as he gets to 2025, his second Saturn return. This really constitutes a bit of a second midlife crisis as he gets into clarity about who I am, what I want in the next chapter of my life. With this kind of transit, I would suspect that the relationship he was in was minimum a decade long, if not longer, with someone who he really had I would say, an attachment to or a bond to. And so there's a real need for him to get into a place of clarifying, okay, who am I outside of that connection? It could have even been 5 years, but a transit like this is transformative. And that relationship is ending right as we get into this energy, is letting me know that this ending is going to be significant. It's going to take him time. I do see with Jupiter, Venus meeting up in water for him, there may be some thoughts like, I don't see him leaving you alone completely. I don't see full on separation transit here the way I've previously seen with some of the other charts. But what I do see is that it's going to be hard to pin him. It's going to be hard to see, witness as someone who's on the outside of this energy. There'll be some question marks about where the emotional availability is. If he's open, if he's not, why isn't he? What's he doing? Is he into me? Is he not? That kind of thing. And I think you're going to get some clarity. My suspicion is she's going to tell you, Lori, it's your turn. He's going to tell you, this is where I'm at. I don't think he's going to be unclear about it. It just may, he's going to go through a few different processes. So if he lands at, yeah, I'm not doing any more relationships anymore in this lifetime, if he lands there, don't believe it. He may land there and then it's going to shift, because that's what Pluto does, is it makes dramatic shifts and changes, and it goes through a full resurrection cycle, ending, afterlife and integration, then a rebirth, but it takes several years. Please paste your Q and your birth details. I'm so glad that I stopped. I took twin flame readings off the menu. I hate telling people stuff like that. People who are like, oh my God, it's going to happen. And then I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, I don't think so. That's not how it reads. What it reads is like this person is coming home to themselves and they've got a period of time where they need to integrate and self reflect. And as much as I know people like, no, it's going to happen. Me and my twin are coming together. It's the union window. And then I look at the charts, and this has been happening not just in my private sessions, but you're seeing it now here on YouTube as well. Um, there's this thing that I, I really, I don't know. I'm glad that I don't like, I gave that up for now. I'm like, nah, this looks like a time for focusing on self. And my guides were like, yes, it is. You don't need to do those readings right now. Help people who are ready to focus on themselves and not so much on the connection. That's where your work is at this time. And so I've been strongly trying to do that and make that space available for folks. It's just been a bit of a like as I'm sitting in private session, like people are like, they're mad at me for telling them like the truth about what I'm seeing. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I wish I saw something else. Self is loud right now. What we individually need is loud right now. So there's that. Okay. We're gonna read for Lori. Um, wait and see, Jojo. Just wait and see. I would love to be wrong. I would love for you to come back and report to me. He proposed. And we're going to get together and we're going to ride off into the sunset together. I would love for everyone that I have told something other than that. I would love for you to come back and tell me, okay, you were wrong. I would be elated to hear that. Because I like love stories. I like people having, the love that they want. It's just the love that we want is going to take this time with self in order to get there. And that's not an overnight process. Where is Miss Lori? Yeah, no, they get back in my inbox. I paid you to tell me about this and this, and this. And you told me basically what they did not want to hear. It's happened a few times so far. And I'm just like, what do you want me to do? Lie to you? You paid me too much money to lie to you. And that's not even who I am. Oh, the event, I figured that out. That was a payment from elsewhere that came in yesterday. Okay. Um, for something else entirely. So no worries there. Here we go. Tuba City, Arizona. Okay. 12, 25, 1969, 10:04 a.m. I've been angry, irritated. Let me just make sure. December 25th, 69, 10:04 a.m. Got it. Tuba City, got it. You start the timer. I've been angry, irritated, frustrated with my youngest. Okay. Some extended family, coworkers, your ex and your co. Okay, so everybody getting it. Everybody's getting it. Feeling of unfairness, but understand mirrors now. What is happening? That is a brilliant question, Lori. That's a beautiful question. Okay. There's something going on in your first house, but I can't see all your first house energy. How is her first house set? Okay, Chiron is at 2 degrees Aries. Sounds good, the vent. We'll be right here, but have fun. And as much as you enjoy the date, be present on it. Okay. You know, I'll do another live. Don't worry about missing this one. Just be present with your person. Okay. Why is everybody catching it in Lori's world? Why is she pissed off at all the humans? Hmm. Just see. Yeah. There's a few different things, Lori. I'm getting with Neptune square your Uranus here. Sorry, not your Uranus, your Venus. Geez. You'll tell us if he's good or not. There is an energy here of just, I can see you're not getting some of your needs met. Like there's an imbalanced giving and receiving in your world. And with a person who's got the Aquarius ruled rising, I can also see that as of last year, this energy would have been brewing as of last year as Saturn got to cross over your horizon line as we ended last year, moved into this year. I'm really seeing, Lori, that for you, babe, this is an energy of, this is an energy of, yeah, you really being in the place of coming home to yourself. It's a congruence transit. And this is what's getting called out right now. All the places in your life where you've done the Capricorn thing and you've been there and set up and been the backbone and backstop for all other people. All the places where you've done the Aquarius thing, where you have given, but not necessarily gotten back because people either didn't understand your needs or have the capability to be with your needs. I'm seeing that this combination of energies is having you flow into an energetic state of going, well, what about me? And why aren't my needs getting met? And why isn't anybody thinking about me, paying attention to me? There's that. And so there's this, you have a very innate, with also add on to that your Cancer moon, there's an innate selflessness to you because that you just, you're a natural giver with all the major placements, your rising, your sun, your moon. That's just who you are. The problem is, I think you've hit a season where you can no longer give the way you've always given. And I think two things are irritating you. One, that people still have the expectation that you would. And two, there's a frustration that your back is against the wall and you're out of resource to be able to do that in the way that you've done. So I think there's an inherent personal disappointment and frustration. But I also suspect there's a real kind of like, come on, people, really? Like, y'all aren't going to do this stuff for yourself at this point? Come on. There's this like recognition of like, why aren't these people growing? Why aren't they self-sufficient at this point? Like, I'm self-sufficient. I'm self-sufficient enough to be able to help them and myself. Why can't they do anything for me at this point? So you'll have to let me know how that resonates, Lori. But that's what it looks like right now, that there's this vibe and this energy of like, imbalanced giving and receiving, and that's getting being brought to your attention so that you can correct it. Um, and so, and I also see there's an emotionality that's coming with that as Pluto hits your natal palace. There's an empowerment energy, you starting to learn how to self protect more. And then Pluto is opposite here, your moon. This is you really learning how to like just start cutting people off when they just can't they can't act right. That's the issue, Lori. You're dealing with people who can't act right. Um, and so there's this way in which, the Pluto transit to your moon, Saturn transit over your rising. Like I said, this has been brewing since last year. And I think you're just now getting to the place of learning, okay, some people just can't be in my life in the same way anymore. Pluto represents endings and completions. And emotionally, I can't afford to be incongruent anymore. I can't afford to not honor what I'm actually feeling anymore. And so there's this pull, there's this inherent frustration with that circumstance, basically because this is not how you want to. You like it when you can give, you appreciate it when you can be there for people, and that there's this mismatch between what they can do for you and who you are and where you're at. I can see that would be unnerving to me too if I had your placements. Like, why can't this be the way it was before I knew what my feelings were, and before people were so dependent that I couldn't get rid of them? Why can't I just give the way I gave before? Why can't they be less dependent like they were before? Like, there's that. And so, but things are changing. Like, your emotional bank account is getting to the place where it's about to be overdrawn. And so is your energetic bank account. And that overdrawing is causing you to be in a place where it's just not plausible for you to carry on as you did before. And those relationships by design are going to have to change because you're changing. It's just frustrating. If you're just joining, welcome. You can get on the list. The list is open. The way that you do that is by sending $25.25 to the PayPal or the Venmo that you see pinned in the blue pinned comment above the chat or there in the chat itself. You can also send 35.35 if you would prefer to add on tarot or oracle clarifiers to the conversation. List is definitely open and you would be next. Just completed here for Lori. And Lori says, yes, I can't do it all right now. And no one is stepping up. And yes, I'm dealing with people who are full of it. I can sense that. And my system is on overload. Yeah. 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 And so there's a real, like, there's some ways in which, it's okay, Felicia. If you don't know your birth time, I will use a sunrise chart for you, which is still extraordinarily accurate because I'll be counting signs from your sun. So you can make payment and I'll use a sunrise chart for you. Would love to read for you. But yeah, it's extraordinarily frustrating. But I'm seeing that across the board for twins and for light workers where this transit of Uranus conjunct the North Node is right sizing our connections and our relationships. Um, they are getting to the place where if there's been an imbalance in those relationships, Uranus is forcing the children of the light, so to speak, light workers, twin flames are one type. It's forcing us to get into balance with those relationships. And so it's happening for all of us, Lori. It's not just you. I just want to tell you you're in good company. And that irritation is being played out in many ways for many people. For some people, it's grieving because, they have been pouring into something that hasn't given back, and life is being very Eight of Cups upright with them about it. Like, nah, we're going to take this person away. Since you can't stop yourself from giving, we're going to remove this person from your life so that you can just deal with yourself and your own overgiving and start giving to yourself. Where there has been overtaking, there is a right sizing of these relationships as well. And those people are being prevented from taking any more than they have taken from people. Like, there's a cutoff to this, where if it's been just imbalanced in any way, this Uranus connecting to the North Node thing is fixing that in a lot of our relationships. And for you, you're experiencing the frustration with that they're not stepping up, but you can no longer give. And I mentioned this to someone else. I can't remember if it was on a live stream or in a private reading, that the people around them are going to have to learn that they are not the only floaty in the pool. And they need to either go find other floaties or learn how to swim, because it's just not going to be possible for them to continue to latch on to you anymore, um, because your life is up leveling. It's necessary for you to relinquish the need to kind of swim people and ferry people back and forth across to the deep end of the pool if that's just not the level they're playing on right now. They got to stay in their own classroom and you need to stay in yours. So enjoy your date, the event. And Felicia did make her payment. So, Felicia, it is your turn. Thank you so much for booking a reading. I would love to read for you. You're more than welcome to type in your question now. And I will read for you. After Felicia, if you are listening or just joining, it would be your turn. I can do a single question, single chart mini reading for you for $25.25 USD. If you'd like to add tarot and oracle onto that, it's $35.35 USD. And you would be next. It'd be my honor to read for you. Awesome, Felicia. Thank you. Let's go ahead and share screen so we can, Felicia, you can check and make sure I'm putting your chart together correctly. Okay. All right. We're in Canada, in Toronto. 6/30, 1993. Now, Felicia, it's my understanding that you do not know your birth time. So if it's all the same to you, I'm going to go ahead and use the sunrise chart because I find that I can deliver greater accuracy with a sunrise chart, even if you're used to working with the chart in a different way. If I can use the sunrise chart, it's going to provide me the accuracy that I need to deliver a quality reading for you. Please let me know if that's okay. And you consent to that. If not, we can use this 12 p.m., this midday chart, and I'll do the best that I can. I just can't speak to the accuracy that I'll provide, but it may resonate for you. It may work as accurate for you. All right. Just let me know what you want to do about the birth time. I can certainly use the 12 p.m. That's okay. Okay, great. Thanks for confirming. Okay, let me set the timer and get into your question. All right. Didn't expect to get mine so quickly. Okay, so I feel the universe is giving me no mercy type triggers, and I'm wondering what is happening and why the triggers feel pretty dangerous. Interesting. Dangerous. Dangerous. Okay. Just having a look around the wheel to see what that would be about. Can you please clarify what you mean by dangerous? That would be very helpful. I just want to know what is going on and why I'm being pushed so hard. It's quite frankly unbearable. Yeah. I'd like to know what you mean by dangerous. I'm just checking out your chart here. Are you heavy water? You are heavy water. Okay. If self-harm is an issue, by all means, get help. Talk to a qualified, licensed, or trained professional if self-harm is the danger we're dealing with here. Okay. But if we're not talking about self-harm, then I would say, as I'm looking at this, yeah, Lori, let me just say this really suicidal thoughts. Yeah. Okay. That doesn't surprise me. Um, and we'll get into why. Let me just reset your timer here. I want to say something to Lori really quick. Just thoughts and overbearing feelings. Yeah, I see what the issue is. Lori, here's the deal. When you detach people from your floaties and you tell them you can't help them, that they have to start helping themselves, what you're going to find, unfortunately, is that they are going to start to flail. You're going to watch them drown at times. And not only are they going to flail and drown, you're also going to find that they get mad at you for not doing the thing that you've always done. And so with that, um, they might be a little blameful until they start learning how to swim on their own. And that could be a, 3 month to 3 year process for some of them. So, the best thing I can tell you is to be self compassionate and understanding that this is a segment of their life for growth, what they need to learn and grow through at this point in time, that you cannot fix it for them. And not only can you not fix it for them, but um, you can only handle you right now, given what the transits are doing. And this is for anyone going through that, because I'm seeing a lot of this with the Lightworker Collective, where people who have been sucking on the light are being cut off from our lives, where they have misused, misappropriated, they're just being cut off. They're being removed. So, and it's a function of our own protection. So I say that to you to say, Lori, there's no need to be upset, passive aggressive, frustrated, cut them off with painful words. You do not need to burn the bridge to cross it. You do not need to hold resentment, to hold a boundary. You just simply need to say it. And then when they need a reminder, repeat it. And then you need to deal with your own emotions about the way you feel about the fact that the circumstance has changed. But you do not need, like, just whatever you do, if you can, just don't burn the bridge to cross it. We don't need to slam doors to shut them. Okay, Felicia, coming back to you, start restarting your timer. Here's the deal in your chart. You've got Uranus opposite your moon. First of all, I want to deal with your moon. When you have moon conjunct Pluto or moon in Scorpio, you have both. You are innately and inherently an extraordinarily emotionally intense person. You always have been, you always will be. You feel things at a much deeper, more profound, nuanced level than the majority of humanity. This is one of the most intense placements for the moon, both by planet and by sign. And it's very easy for you to get plagued by dark feelings, dark thoughts, dark emotional patterns with this placement. So being diligent about your mental health in an ongoing way in your lifetime is going to be critical. You cannot afford to put yourself into circumstances where you're listening to any kind of music, violent music about heartbreak or yearning or longing or getting back at people or resentment. You cannot afford to listen to that kind of music because you've got way too much water in your chart for that anyway. You also have to be extraordinarily diligent about the people's emotions that you put yourself around. You can't afford to be in the world of emotionality with people who are constantly emotionally checking out with drugs and alcohol, constantly in the place of emotionally shutting themselves down and repressing themselves, constantly spiritually bypassing their emotional reality, or frankly, just depressed themselves. You're too much of a psychic sponge, especially with this abundance of Cancer energy in your chart. You have to be diligent about what you expose yourself to. And that's mainly because of your moon sign and placements and your Cancerian energy there. Okay. Now let's deal with what's happening right now. You've got a lot of activity that is demanding, Felicia, your evolution and change. We've got Pluto acting on your moon via a sextile, trying to empower you. We've got Saturn acting on your moon, trying to get you to understand your boundaries by cutting motherfuckers off. You cannot afford to hang out with certain people anymore. These people have to go. I'm seeing that excessively clearly with this Uranus opposite your moon as well. This is essentially, if we see the actor standing on stage, the lights go down, the entire set, the entire cast changes, completely changes. And so it is really necessary and extraordinarily important. And I see this is tricky for you with the Scorpio moon. Scorpio moon people do not let go easily. Not at all. I've seen Scorpio sun people hold on to stuff for less time than Scorpio moon people do. Because once you get hurt, it gets in you and it gets excessively difficult to get it out of you. So, what I'm going to say is that it's necessary at this time for you to really focus on healing. Whatever you can financially afford to put toward energy work, energy healing, getting yourself to a place where you're getting some of that emotional energy moving. One of the best tools I can say, if you've got a Scorpio sun and you or Scorpio moon and the Cancer sun that you have, is breath work. That's going to help you significantly start to process the way the emotions have gotten lodged in your cells. If they've gotten lodged in your cells and you can't let it go, and you're repeating emotional loops via repeating mental loops, you're going to find that the best thing you can do for things that have been lodged in the body in this way is to get it out of you. But the best detox is going to be either physiological detox, like literally Scorpio moon people. If you are holding on to emotional baggage, you actually really need to do physiological detox. Like you need to go on a juice cleanse. You need to literally kill off some cells. Scorpio rules death, ending. You need to kill off some cells that are holding on to the toxicity for you. Kill off those cells and then come back to things. That'll help a lot. But again, if you're dealing with suicidal stuff, I wouldn't change anything majorly right now. I would just get some support, someone to talk to, a good therapist. And that I would start going twice a week if you can. And then I would do some breath work to just get the stuff moving in your body. That also helps with, because I don't know what they call it when the cells die off. It helps with the cells dying off. Yeah, it's necessary because that water, that liquid, that detoxifies the body also detoxifies the emotions. People don't realize that it's the cells that hold the emotions. It's not that the chemicals are, in the brain make them. It's that we have these cells that make them. Or that hold on to them once they're generated. And so it's so critical, Felicia, for you to, if you can do a sweaty workout, if you can sweat in a sauna, anything you can do to do some cellular level release. You can do body work, massage, get that stuff out of you because it's trying to come out. You're just looping in it because you've got a plug in your drain. And so Pluto's asking you to complete some things, create some endings, work at learning how to let go. Saturn's asking you to deal with some of the holes in your boundaries. Neptune here acting on your moon is trying to get you to elevate your perspective to a more spiritual approach. And Uranus is trying to make it so that you cannot hold stuff in the way you used to hold it in your body in the same way. It's trying to get you to quantum leap forward. It's speaking to your Venus in a whole other way here. And it's transforming some of the people you're attracted to. I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen Uranus, Venus transits. People with those tend to find themselves attracted to a different type of people than they've ever been attracted to before. Sometimes that means you have to let certain people go. There's certain people that you may be dealing with. Like I've seen people go from dating women to dating the men, dating men to dating women. I've seen people, you're engaged to one person and then that Uranus Venus hits and it's like, I'm never attracted to that kind of person again. I'm only attracted to these kind of people, but there's some grief in the process. And then this Saturn here acting on your Chiron is opening you up, trying to get you to deal with your wounds. Felicia. And so this is why it's happening. You are going to be a different person on the other side of this, I promise you, but you cannot continue to try to do this alone. You do need more support than what you've been giving yourself. What I just saw was a doozy of a transit. I wouldn't try to walk through that by yourself. If you can get therapy, get it. And if you don't like your therapist, if they're not working for you, they're not understanding you, freaking switch it up. Get somebody else, but stop trying to figure this out alone. This is going to take several years, and you can't afford to be in this place without having support to release what you're releasing, not in the way that you're doing it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Felicia. This is probably the most important season of your life. Susan, it's your turn. Please base your question and birth details. And I want you to be open. You may have someone in mind, but they may not be the right person because of finances or because of their availability or because of their skill set and ability to help you in this particular place. If for whatever reason it doesn't work, don't take it as a defeat. I need you to take it as a, okay, so there's for the money I have or the time that I need or the skill set that I need, they're just not the best fit. And I'm going to be taken to the best fit. I just need to keep looking. You can always ask them for a reference or a referral. Felicia, hang in there, hon. That's a shit show transit that you just showed us. And I really want to encourage you to understand that this is temporary. It's not long term. How you feel today isn't going to be how you feel tomorrow, meaning next year. And even next year, you're going to feel different than you feel the following. Even though this is a multi-year transit for you, it's not going to be as heavy as it is right now. It's heavy right now because of the way the planets are directly acting on your moon and on your Chiron, trying to force you into change and transformation to deal with what I think I saw there, if I recall it correctly, were some abandonment wounds, trying to force you to come home to yourself. But the reality is, baby, in order to do that, you might need a guide and a witness, especially if self abandonment has been a part of your pathway in this lifetime to date. And you're so young. You've got so much ahead of you, hon. You've got so much to look forward to. It's going to be tough for now, but it will not be tough forever. I promise you. And on the other side of this decomposing of the caterpillar, you will become the beautiful butterfly, but you do need to get some support in letting things go. Okay. All right, baby. Good luck. Keep us posted. Don't walk this path alone. It's too dark. It's too dark to walk alone. You need someone beside you with a lamp. Okay. All right, Eli and Ben's World, welcome. It's always great to see you again. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you to everyone who's been patiently waiting. The list is open if you would like to jump on it. That's the way you do it. You're welcome. Sending you some virtual hugs, Felicia. One question, one chart, mini readings is what we are up to. $25.25 is the cost of these mini readings, and you can get on the list and you would be next. These mini readings are one chart, one question. If you would like to add a tarot or oracle clarifier, you can certainly do that. It brings the cost to $35.35 payable to the PayPal or the Venmo that you see on your screen there. I'm reading for Susan now, and it will be your turn next. Okay, so let's get into this. Susan wants to know about the next 6 months. Let's talk about that. Oh, my Susan, my Susan, my Susan. Have you been finding that you've been just a little bit absent-minded or a space cadet, or just kind of like downloads are coming, like you're a little bit in the veil? This Neptune opposite your natal Mercury is what's causing that. And so this stays with you for the remainder of the year. There's lots of insights, lots of downloads coming through, but it also can make you just like a tad bit spacey, a tad bit don't want to say forgetful, but a little bit of the absent-minded professor there. And so hang in there if that's the case. I see Pluto is acting on your moon. And so I see you completing some emotional cycles at this time. And the completion of these emotional cycles is allowing you to understand your power in a different kind of way. I'm also seeing that this is facilitating a reckoning with some of your abandonment wounds. I see that a lot of those have been coming up at this time for you. And it's giving you a chance and an opportunity to be with and deal with those abandonment wounds. I see Uranus here opposite your natal Saturn, and that Uranus Saturn opposition is facilitating some changes in the way you hold your boundaries, specifically emotionally. If I'm seeing that for you, this is probably going to be a bit more about right sizing your boundaries. There's some people in your world I'm seeing you've been too giving to, and it's come at great cost to you. And I see there's other people in your world it's been a struggle to open up to. And that's also really cost you in those connections to not be able to share and be vulnerable. I'm seeing at this time, these energies are really trying to assist you with transforming those boundaries so that you have a way of being in the world of people that isn't so heavy for you, that isn't so cost laden for you. I'm also seeing here with that Uranus acting on your Saturn, some big changes in the world of money. As Saturn squares Saturn, you're needing to deal financially in the next 6 months with cleaning up some of your finances. I'm also seeing here, let's see. Saturn governs Cap. Cap is your perspective on life and the world and who you are in it is shifting as well as you move into 2025. That 2025 year for you is going to be big. I see it's going to be a milestone birthday, but these 2 years leading up to it, where you're, about to hit that milestone, are really significant in the way that they're trying to seat you in your power, seat you on your throne, anchor the wisdom that the last 20 years, 30 years has provided for you, and empower you to be able to operate, act, and communicate from that place of wisdom. And so I share this with you to say, keep going. This isn't an accidental transit. There can feel like there's a lot shifting and changing, and it can all feel very nebulous right now without anything truly concrete. But even with those things not being truly concrete, what I want to tell you is to be okay to let go of controlling it. Be okay to not need it to look the way it used to. It's not going to. I don't necessarily see people leaving your life. I see you stepping into your power. And in so doing, it's like there's more you. There's like more flavor of Susan in the soup. There's more you on the scene here. But definitely deal with the financial stuff. I'm seeing that that's here for you. Some ways in which money is coming and money is going needs your attention, and is going to continue to over the next little stretch of time. I see you just came through a season of financial fruitfulness that has come to a close. Do not expect the windfalls or the way money was flowing in the last 1 year's period of time to be what happens next. This is a period of time of learning how to be a good steward of your money. Okay. And so I want you to be really focused on that as you move forward. All right, darling. Thank you for letting me read for you. I appreciate that. Okay, we're done with Susan. Let's get into Cynthia. Cynthia, thank you so much for booking a reading with me, a live mini reading. I appreciate that. I did receive your payment of $35.35, and you are next. So please paste your question and your birth details. Um, I'm going to read for Cynthia now, but if you would like to get a mini reading with me, you can certainly do so. The way to do that is going to be by making your payment of $25.25 to the Venmo or the PayPal links that you see there on your screen, or to make a payment to or 3535 if you want to go with the tarot and oracle clarifiers in addition to the chart reading. Okay, let me go ahead and reshare screen. And Cynthia, you can watch while I create your chart here. K-Moon, you just second-handedly saved my life, and I just want to quickly thank you so much for this. You're welcome. When I can, or if I can afford to, I'll come back to you as a lifelong client. I love you. Felicia, hang in there. Life is trying to up-level your soul. And in these soul up levels, they can feel like we're getting torn apart. That's what happens when we have the energy of the caterpillar's metamorphosis. I don't know if you know the way a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, but it crawls into the cocoon, mind you, solo, ain't nobody with it. It goes in there alone, right? But what it does when it goes in there is it does not just sit in there and grow wings. What it does when it goes in there is it actually decomposes. It becomes goop. If you were to slice open a cocoon, what you would see is snot. The caterpillar is no more. It does not exist. And what scientists say are what's happening, the programming, the DNA inside of that snot, that goop, when they put it under the microscope, what they can see is that it has all the genetic programming and all the genetic material to facilitate I think, is this 2:40 p.m.? I can't really tell the way you wrote it. Is this 2:40 p.m., Cynthia? Please clarify. Um, all the material to become a butterfly is written into the DNA. The DNA looks like snot. In other words, that caterpillar has to die to become the butterfly. And so, what I saw in your chart was a transit that was essentially the caterpillar becoming the butterfly. The death is certainly metaphorical, but everything you were prior to this is going to have to be released. And it is a solo process. Your friends don't get to come with you into the cocoon, but you can certainly have that protective layer. That's the therapist that holds you in and holds you together while you reconstruct yourself into that beautiful butterfly. So just hang in there, Felicia. All right. Cynthia, is it 2:40 p.m.? Please clarify. Yeah, course correction. I can only imagine. Between 2 and 4 p.m. Thank you for clarifying. Since 3 o'clock. Um, how is this energy working to benefit our relationship? I'm actually going to look at your daughter's chart, hon, for this one. She was born in San Pedro, Honduras. I have it 8/27/1993. We're going to go with 3 o'clock. 27, 1993. Okay. San Pedro Sula, Honduras. Okay, great. Okay. And so, how is this energy working to benefit? Okay. That's such a beautiful question. Looking for the benefit. You understand this as a reset, not a complete decomposition. That's beautiful. So, when I look at your daughter's chart here, what is going on for her? Relationship to her mom. Okay, yeah. That's okay. What I do see is Chiron at the 16th degree of Aries is squaring her moon at the 16th degree of Capricorn. And when Chiron squares moon, that does tend to be a period of time where we do have some separation with female authority figures, important women in our lives, and mothers in our lives. Um, she may be processing this as abandonment. I'm going to be honest with you. But as her Saturn return hits, I do see for her, this is going to be a period of time of empowerment, especially because the way Uranus here is opposing her natal Pluto. I'm not sure what happened, Saturn moving through her second house or the second sign. How is this opposite her sun? Sun in Virgo. Interesting. Okay. This may be, you may have financially cut her off, but I'm seeing whatever the reset was, it was what was needed. I'm seeing that this, she's needing to come home to herself, her inherent personal power, and do it in a way where she's not dependent upon you to be able to facilitate and provide that for her. She has to find it within herself. And so, even though this has been very difficult, I see the pain here. I see her heartbreak here. And if you're here asking me, I can only imagine you might be heartbroken too. With Uranus opposite her Pluto, I'm seeing here that she may have also been acting out in a couple of ways that may have been self destructive as she finds her way to this particular place in her world, right? Her power and her understanding of who she is. I see that there may have been a little bit of erratic behavior from her as she moves through this Saturn square her Pluto. I don't know that she's been behaving in the way that really honors the power of what she brings to the table, but even in how she's behaving, even in what she's saying and what she's doing, Cynthia, I want you to give thanks. I want you to rejoice. I want you to be grateful, because no matter how this falls, even if it's weird and awkward at first, even if she's saying things that don't really make sense to you, ultimately, where this is all headed is an empowerment for her. It's her getting to a place of being in the world in a way where she understands her yes and she understands her no, and she has zero interest and zero desire in self betrayal. And so this is what's happening wherever the activities or the behaviors are coming from. They're coming from a place of helping her get to a point of no longer betraying herself. So I don't know what she may have said or done or what you've needed to do in response to that, Cynthia. But I do see here that the ultimate place that this heads into is a place where she is stable, self sufficient, where she is emotionally mature. And she's an adult woman dealing with you as another adult woman. Okay. And so that reset is going to be a process for you too, as her mother, even though she's always going to be your baby. She's always going to be your child. She's always going to be the one, you're always going to feel motherly toward her. You'll never not feel that. And simultaneously, some of what she's doing and the way she's acting out, because Pluto can act out from the subconscious as opposed to conscious. Some of what's going on is a direct function of her needing to deal with the fact that uh, she needs to learn how to wield her power in direct ways, not indirect ways. And so Uranus has probably made this a little haphazard. The way it's presenting in my brain is, the clairvoyance is showing me like a baby doe or a baby fawn who's just learning how to use their legs, and they're very wobbly legs, and they collapse under the baby sometimes and the baby falls. You can't pick her up. Not She needs to learn how to pick herself up. You can nudge her, you can support her, you can encourage her. But I'm seeing her that this season in her world is meant to support her in the process of finding her way to her own creativity, to her own capacity to source herself, to her own capacity. If she hits a wall, that's okay. She can pick herself up from that too. but it does look a little chaotic, not gonna lie. There's some chaos I see here, but that chaos isn't that, if you can avoid or refrain from cutting her off completely and just encourage her and remind her how much you believe in her and this is why you are doing what you're doing, to reset things between you and her. You can encourage her that you see her power and you see her beauty and you see her potential, and that you just want to give her the chance to explore that without feeling like, she give her the chance to explore that for herself, because the world is hers too, and it gets to be what she wants to make it. Just let her know emotionally you're always there for her, but you just can't continue. This does look like a financial reset, not gonna lie. On my side, I don't know what you had to do, but um for her, just, let her know, look, I'm here. And simultaneously, I believe in you to find your way in the world and the way the world works for you and the way you want it to work. We need to reset because you're an adult. You're a young woman, and you're no longer in your 20s, right? You're moving into the beginning of midlife. The 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s are our midlife decades. You're moving into the beginning of it, the tail end of young adulthood. And I really want to see you fly, but I feel like every time I help you, I'm just enabling you to not. And so I'll be here as a resource, direct you where to go. I'll be here as a loving guide. But when it comes to the decisions that you make in your life at this point, these decisions are your own. And you're going to have to deal with both their consequences, and you're going to have to deal with their rewards on your own as well. I'll be here to cheer for you every step of the way, but I don't want to hinder you by doing it for you. Right? Because I know you're a very capable person. So, all of that to say, to the degree that you're able to stay connected while also creating this reset, I see that that's going to be significantly encouraging and helpful for her. I also see she certainly has it in her. Those Bambi legs will strengthen into strong legs. It's just going to take some time, Cynthia. So hang in there. I'm sure this was a bit of a heartbreak for you, whatever it was that had to happen. I'm excited to use my Prisma Visions Tarot for you. You are the first person to have requested a tarot reading. For anyone that is just joining, welcome. I'm reading for Cynthia now. Cynthia got a one question, one chart astrology reading. She asked about her daughter, and she added on tarot and oracle clarifiers for her daughter. So I'm going to do the tarot portion now. Let's have three cards to help Cynthia understand what's going on in the reset with her daughter at this point. If anyone would like to jump on the list, you certainly can. That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. Okay. There we go. Let's see. The first two cards came out. Gosh, okay. This has really torn you up. I see you just don't know what to do with this child. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. High Priestess reversed, Four of Pentacles upright, Five of Cups reversed. I see the struggle. Your instincts, your maternal instincts are telling you you cannot walk away. You cannot leave this child dealing with what she's dealing with. And simultaneously, I am seeing she's withholding. She's withholding information. She's withholding connection. She's withholding all kinds of stuff. And that you're catching her 10 of wands reversed. I see you're catching her just before the point of crisis on certain things, and it's like, well, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you, like, your intuition isn't telling you what's going on with her. She's not actually utilizing her intuition to like be smart about some of her decisions and choices. And so there's this spiritual disconnect that's only exacerbating the disconnect happening in the fourth dimension, or the third dimension and fourth dimension time as well. And so, I she's guarded, you're guarded, everyone's guarded, everyone's got their back up a bit here. And there's this sense of kind of like freeze or pause, or nobody knows what to do here. With the Five of Cups reversed, as the final card, 10 of Wands, bottom of the deck, King of Swords, just below that. This is really telling me that in this circumstance, just so you're clear, abandoning her is not it. Like just cutting her off completely, that's not the move. With the Five of Cups reversed. Instead, this is really about getting to a place where there's some healthy emotional boundaries here, because that's what's going to reset things, is having healthy emotional boundaries. And this is also why she's guarded, because there's too much emotional enmeshment is what I'm seeing as I'm reading these cards and how it's coming across as I'm looking at the energy. The reason she's not revealing and she's not telling things to you in the way she should be is because when she does say things, when she does reveal them, there's too much of a like taking it personal that goes on for you. I'm not sure what happens for you, but on her side, she's having the experience of, if I tell my mom is going to flip. She's going to say certain things. She's going to do certain things that are just going to make the situation worse for me, make it difficult for me to follow my internal guidance on things. And so she withdraws from time to time. She doesn't fully open up because she doesn't trust you to not flip out, either abandon her or chastise her. And some of what's going on here with the emotional enmeshment piece is that this is happening, Five of Cups reverse, because there isn't appropriate emotional separation on your side, Cynthia. I get it. You care for her. You want her to be okay, but she's in her 30s. She's going to be fine. You got to trust that you raised a good one and that she can make good choices with what you instilled in her as she was growing up. And you got to let go and let her use her legs. You got to take the training wheels off. And that, again, that doesn't mean cut her off. That means instead of doing it for her or chastising her or cutting her off when it doesn't go your way, this means learning how to be a coach or a guide, learning how to encourage. And even if it's not the decision you would make, just support her. Okay, I got it that that's your decision. I'm right here. Let me know how it goes. Everything doesn't necessarily need an emotional response from you. And I'm seeing that for you, it's been a real struggle to not emotionally react to the things that she does or does not do. And then that causes her to emotionally react by shutting down and withdrawing and not sharing. And then she'll do some acting out and further not listening to her intuition. And then that just creates more problems. And so, if you can detangle yourselves from one another emotionally, you're going to find that if you can respect her sovereignty, she'll certainly respect you more as a parent and she'll be more forthcoming here and there. Okay. That's what I got. Everything is not an emotional crisis, and everything does not need your response. That's kind of the lesson with some of this, that everything she does doesn't need you to do something about it. Okay, Cynthia, you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you. Thanks for letting me read for you, hon. What I was just seeing was tough. I was tough energy. But thank you for letting me read for you. For anyone who wants to jump on the list, you definitely can. The way to do that is pasted in the chat below. 2525 to That PayPal or Venmo will get you a one question, one chart mini reading. Cynthia just asked about her daughter. I've had people ask about counterparts, friends, family, lovers, parents, or themselves. And it will allow us to deep dive into what's going on for you in your world. For, if you just want an update on the end of the year, or if you would prefer to understand the meaning of certain transits in the past or coming up, we can definitely have a look at that as well. List is open, and you would be next if you decide to jump on the list now. How's everybody hanging here in the chat? How are you guys doing listening in? We come back over to it. Hey, hey, welcome to all the newcomers. Okay, thank you. Very accurate. Okay, Cynthia, I'm happy that I could provide the accuracy for you. I don't know what the reset was in specifics. I could just kind of see the way the energy was moving and what those behaviors might have been. So thanks for letting me know it was accurate for you. Kylie, what happened? What happened? What happened? Um, if you'd like to be on the list, you would be next. I'm going to turn down my air conditioner. I'll be right back. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone who's just joining. Great to have you here. The live mini readings list is open. You would be next if you decide to make your payment now. I just finished reading for Cynthia, and it would be your turn next if you decide to let me read for you. It's $35.35 to receive a tarot and oracle, or oracle plus the astrology chart reading. If you'd like to just do the astrology, it's $25.25 USD. We're talking about the close of the year, the major transits of the year, some of the shifts going on in everyone's worlds. We're also talking about what's coming up as we move into next year. What do people have to look forward to? I've read for daughters, brothers, sisters, siblings. I've read for people's bosses and their relationship, their counterpart and their relationship. And it's a beautiful energy. Beautiful energies are coming through. Lots of great messages. So would love to read for you if you are ready to get a reading. You just need to make your payment and we can set that up. Kylie, you have to let me know what happened. I'm going to refresh the screen here just in case you guys are typing in the chat and I missed it. But yeah, let me know. I'm curious. Oh no, it's doing the same thing again. Hey, Jamila. So glad to see you. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, my chat's freezing again. It's not letting me, it's not refreshing on its own. Gosh, I hate it when this happens. Okay. Let me try something. Maybe if I jump in on Chrome, it'll work better. Let's see if Chrome, viewing the chat on Chrome provides a different experience. Because I did all the things. I cleared the cache, I cleared the cookies, I did a hard reset of the computer. And I think Jamila just jumped on the list. Hey, Jamila, welcome. Welcome, welcome. All right. Just sharing, my guides were sending me angel numbers like crazy to get a reading. Very needed, and I'm very grateful to have you in this community. Thank you. Thanks, Cynthia. I really appreciate that. It's so kind of you to say. Um, I'm really, I'm cheering for you. I think you and your daughter, you're gonna come through this. I definitely think you guys are going to come through this. It's just, a matter of giving this some time and resetting some boundaries emotionally. You guys can still be connected, but you just can't take it personal that she's doing what she's doing the way she's doing it. And she can't be, you know, she need if she's really struggling, she needs to tell you, but simultaneously it can't always be a huge reaction on your side either. Okay. Yes, Kylie, I see your messages. Kylie, can you add something else to the chat? Miss Jamila, I'm so happy to see you. I did receive your payment. Jamila, can you please paste your birth details, time, location, and date, as well as the question you would like me to answer for you? And then we can begin. And let me just turn this to the dark theme because this appearance light, dark theme. Whew, it's so much easier on the eyes when you look at a screen all the day to not have it like burning these holes in your eyes with blue light. So I turn it to the dark theme because it's easier on my eyeballs. Okay, yes, Kylie, if you could be so kind as to just paste something in the chat there, I'll come back real quick and check it. Okay, thanks, Jamila. All right, let me come into the chat here in Chrome. Yes. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Jamila K is right. Yes. Okay, it's working in Chrome. The issue was a Safari issue. Okay, glad that we got to the bottom of that. Thank you so much, Kylie. I super appreciate it. And if anybody would like to jump on the list, you can. You would be right after Jamila. Okay. Whose birth details we're getting now. Hey, Kylie, did your person ever come for you? And did your brother ever come with your food? Okay, yes, I just signed in. It is me. Okay. Go to my channel and go to the live. Okay, there we go. All right. Kylie says she was dreaming yesterday, and since I reconnected with my other man, I woke up and I wanted to send him a message, like a picture or something. So I went online and Mary Magdalene showed up. Okay, I sent him a passage from her and he really liked it. Nice. I love that. Good. That's really beautiful. No, none of who can. Oh, Kylie, I'm so sorry to hear that, babe. Really sorry to hear that. Where is Jamila? We will reshare the screen here so that we can read for one Miss Jamila. Whoop whoop. Thank you for having me. You're clearing the cache and cookies as I'm accepting them. Too funny. Oh my goodness. All right, Jamila, let's start with your birthday, darling. Thank you. You read my mind. You had already pasted it. All right, thanks. All right. Um, New York, Bronx. Four, wait, 4:02 a.m. But what is the actual birthday? I got 4:02 a.m., but what's the birthday? And while you type that in, I'm going to share the live link on my main YouTube channel. For those of you that come and hang out regularly, I'm super curious. What's your favorite part about live mini readings? I'd be very curious what you like about being here because some of you come on a regular basis and you're hanging out. Okay, great. I posted it on the main channel. So I always like to let those folks know after the people who've been after the main subscribers to the live mini reading channel were made aware in the private list. All right, let me come back and allow me to see what our girl has to say here. Miss Jamila, welcome. Okay. Hey, it says the Bronx, New York, but what is the date? I don't have the actual birth date here, Jamila. What's the date of birth? Um, Why am I so impatient? I've noticed it in many ways from manifesting to driving to work. Okay, got it. I understand. That's a really great question. All right, Jamila. Um, I just need the date of birth. Got it. Okay. Um, 11/30, 1990. Yeah. Okay, no problem. We'll get into it. We will talk about why the impatience is coming up right now. Let me get 4 minutes on the timer and we'll begin. If you're just joining, welcome. You are more than welcome to get a live mini reading with me. I'm reading for Jamila now. As soon as I'm done with her, it would be your turn. The way to get on the list is right there. I've pasted it in the chat for you. Be an honor to read for you. Okay, let me reset the timer. Miss Jamila, share screen. Why is Jamila experiencing the impatience she's experiencing? Let me see your natal chart again. Heavy fire, heavy fixed. Okay. Let's see the transits again. So Uranus and Saturn are friends. Jamila, how long have you been feeling this sense of impatience? Like, when did it start really coming up for you? Um, because I'm seeing like a few different reasons why this could be, but I'm curious when it started so that I can look to that period of time to make sure that I'm pinpointing the correct things. Um, One of the reasons I'm seeing is the function of, I mean, this Uranus North Node transit is making everybody feel really impatient. And for you, this would be like a latency in patience, like latent impatience in the world of relationship that's probably taking place in a way that's like offloading into other areas of your world. If there are relationship things that you were hoping would start to move forward and they're just like stalled out in certain ways, I am seeing that this transit would really put you in a place where you're feeling like, oh my gosh, like the impatient energy. mm, it's not just with the relationship sector of your life. I mean, it mostly is, but I'm seeing what's happening is you're starting to recognize that you can only wait for certain people to do certain things so long. With Pluto here being acted upon by this Uranus North Node energy, this is telling me that Pluto energy conduct being contacted by the South Node, no less. Yeah, I'm seeing here that part of the impatience has to do with there's some choices you need to make. You just don't like the choices, frankly. I see Saturn here squaring the nodes and this Uranus opposite Pluto thing forming T square. That's tension in the chart. When that tension gets into the chart, the only answer is in the sign that's omitted from the tension in that configuration. And that's the late degrees here of Leo. I see today you've probably been really impatient too with Sun making a grand cross for you. But what I'm seeing here is overall, you're being faced with some difficult decisions in the world of love. These decisions are asking you to confront some things from your own childhood that didn't work for you in the way you were raised, the way your parents demonstrated love between one another or their own counterparts if they, married other people after having you. That being underneath the surface is what's causing you to be so edgy in the world of love and connection. And because there's some real challenges in the world of love and connection right now that they're poking at some unresolved stuff from childhood, it's causing you to feel very frustrated everywhere else. It's like everywhere else is the overflow for what's going on for you in love right now. Everything else is like holding, not whole. It's like those, you're not really frustrated in traffic or frustrated at work as much as, or frustrated with friends or in the grocery store line. That frustration is just a cover story. It's like, I ran out of room to deal with my relationship frustration. So now I'm just frustrated everywhere else. And the impatience has to do with probably the rate of change. I see that you like things to move a little bit quicker in your life. But I'm also seeing right now things aren't moving as quickly as you might like them to, because the changes that are taking place they're deep and they take longer. They're a little bit slow. And so you're coming into this season of your life where transformation is happening, but it's like, why can't I just change as quickly as I change clothes? Um, like, why isn't it like, why is this taking so long? And so that's a big piece of it. That's a big piece of what's going on here. With Uranus acting on Pluto and the North Node acting on Pluto, what you're being confronted with, my dear, is a need to handle your power in relationships in a different way. A need to be with the fact that you do have agency. You can make choices. You can say yes. You can say no. You can be in a place where you know what you want and you can be clear about that, and don't have to apologize about that. All of this is what's being represented here, but I'm seeing that this evolution is coming at the cost of potentially, Jamila, leaving some people behind, unfortunately, with Uranus up in your seventh house of committed partnership. I'm seeing that there's the ways in which you have been interacting in the love world with certain individuals is fundamentally gonna have to change. Some of this is for your own protection and growth, with Saturn moving through the fourth house so that you have space, bandwidth, energy, and time to deal with some of your childhood stuff. And some of this is just going to be a function of the fact that the way certain people are moving, you find it disempowering that they continue to behave the way that they do. And your impatience is in trying to hold it all together, when really what you're supposed to be doing is setting up appropriate guidelines and boundaries for where people can be in your life and how they can show up. So that you can connect in a way that's authentic and real for you without constantly feeling hurt by what they're doing, frustrated by what they're doing, what they're not doing. Jamila says one trigger point was in June through August of 2021, changes in job and romantic relationship. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That period of time would have activated, I think, the second of the Saturn Uranus squares. And the Saturn Uranus square is what's active now, with Saturn squaring your natal Pluto, and that giant T square over here that's activating your career house. Most of it looks to be romantic. Some of it could be a bit dealing with the world of work, but ultimately all of it is about, Jamila, it's time to step into your power. Let your yes be your yes and your no be your no, and be comfortable with where that takes you. Be prepared to accept, I'm a no to this, so that means there are consequences to that no. There are consequences to that yes. There's consequences to every no and every yes. And there's also consequences to indecision. And so, what you're being asked to look at is being more powerful about being responsible and accountable for saying yes and saying no congruently and when you mean it. Okay. And not, kind of, just waffling, floating through life, seeing what happens, which isn't your way anyway. But you're being asked to step more into your power. And yes, this is going to mean that certain relationship dynamics are going to have to change. If you'd like to get on the list, you certainly can. I just pasted the way to do it there. It's 25.25 to PayPal. It's 35.35 if you would like to go from just the astro chart reading, which you saw me do for Jamila just now, to a tarot and oracle addition to it. I can certainly add tarot and oracle on for you, or oracle on for you, that allows you additional clarity. Jamila was the last person on the list. It would be your turn next. I would love to read for you. Jessica Bonelli says, I would say your insight, how you read the information that you share so freely and generously. That's probably why I'm watching the mini live reading. Right on. Thanks for sharing that. I really appreciate it, Jessica. Jamila, you'll have to let me know how what I just shared resonated for you. Okay. Miss Kylie, if you have a question, by all means, feel free to paste it. I would be honored to read for you, my love, and your birth details if you've got a question today. Oh, look at that. An ad. Illinois, Waukegan, 3. I know your birthday kind of by heart by now. 326. Are you 1996? Kylie? Although you may not have a question today, or you may have a question about somebody not you. You may want to ask about one of your gents or your family. You may want to ask about your mom or your dad, so you can understand kind of where they're at with things given the situation at hand. I can take a look at your parents' chart too. Just let me know. Yeah, it's a fun hangout, Jessica. Thanks for letting me know. I'm glad that you are here. And for anyone who finds value in hanging out, thanks for joining. It's always a treat. Always a treat. Now, let me see. It shouldn't be doing what it was doing before, but the chat is awfully quiet. So I'm just going to refresh my page here and see if I'm missing anything. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Jamila says, wow, okay, I resonate with that. Thank you. You're welcome, Jamila. I'm really happy that that resonated for you. Thanks for letting me know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hmm. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Kylie, for posting. I appreciate that because now I can see it's working on my side. Kylie, if you have a question, I'm going to go ahead and answer it for you, hon. Thanks for being so present as a wonderful moderator today. I deeply appreciate it. But I'd be happy to read for you, Kylie, if you want me to read your mom or your dad so you can understand their situation, or one of your gents. Happy to do that. My daughter is in her terrible threes. Could you see this when this is going to end? That's a really good question. I'd be honored to have a look. Um, I've never, I've never thought of that. What moves? Saturn would move into a new position. And that's probably the waking up of her sense of identity and selfhood. That's probably why there's a bit of a like, oh my gosh, because her Saturn's moved to a new sign. Thinking what else would move in 2 years' time, 3 years' time. That's very common in every single chart. Honestly, my intuition is telling you it's going to end by the time she's 4, but uh, let me hear your question first, Kylie, and then I'll let you know which chart I need. What would be the question about the sibling? Hmm. What would be the question? So I'm going to do this question for Kylie now, and then we will do you next. If you would like to jump on the list, you definitely can. The way to do that, I've just pasted it there in the chat. If you would like to jump on the list, I'd be happy to read for you. He's doing horrible and being a complete ass to everyone in my immediate family except my dad. Any advice for going forward? Yeah, let me have his chart. Let me have his birth details, Kylie, and then we'll see what's going on. Okay. Was he also born in Waukegan? Was that also where he was born? Sometimes families can move around. Okay. Yeah. I always like to ask, like my brother and I were born in very different states. Hey, Jessica, I see your payment come in. You are on the list. Okay. Let's go ahead and have a look. What's going on for your brother? How long has he been behaving the way you say he's behaving? Um, mm, okay. Oh, our friend is prone to some of this anyway. Some of this is just looking around the wheel here to see what's his nature versus what's this period of time. Because I think you probably already know that there are some things that are just this your brother's nature that are not particularly helpful. He is beginning worse and worse, probably since high school, late middle school. Yeah. Okay. So let's just talk about your brother's nature so that you can better understand like what's going on here and why he is the way he is as a person. What I'm seeing here is that with Mercury combust the sun, communication is not his strong suit. You would think with Mercury sitting so close to the sun that he'd make a great communicator, but that's not true. When Mercury sits so close to the sun that way, the sun's power burns up what Mercury brings to the table or any planet brings to the table, unfortunately. And with um, the sun kind of sitting on top of Mercury in this way, Mercury being communication, he really struggles and mind to get his thoughts out, to get things off his chest when they're bothering him. And I think you heard me earlier talk about the Scorpio moon energy. Scorpio moons really hold on to stuff. Like they say Scorpios hold on to things in general if you're a Scorpio sun, but when you're a Scorpio moon, that shit gets in you and it does not come out. Like you just don't forget when your feelings get hurt. Like every hurt, every pain, every slight that someone has given to you, no matter what your sun sign is, emotionally, you just never really let it go. And so you can kind of have this cumulative energy of slights kind of being like things that build and build and build. And with Uranus squaring his sun, emotionally, I can see he's already the kind of person that's a bit up and down anyway. With Uranus speaking to not the sun squaring his moon, with Uranus speaking to his moon the way that it is emotionally, he can kind of go back and in and out of some days he has good days and some days he doesn't. Some days he's present and he's, up, but a lot of times he's like, I can see this is the kind of person who's just got headphones on, doing his own thing, trying to make his own way. And so for a person with a Uranus conjunct moon thing, they really do need a lot of time alone to process things, Kylie. They need a lot of space to really deal with the way they're feeling about stuff. Um, because their feelings, people with Uranus speaking to them, they really can't hide their feelings at all. And they feel a lot, they feel deep, they feel wide. They feel everything from you, from within, from other people. Um, Kylie, some of this you really can't. You can't help him. He can go into with this Scorpio moon and Uranus square, unfortunately, some pretty dark places. And the only thing you can do is just wait for him to come out. When he's done being in a dark place, he'll come connect because I see he likes connection. That he's not the kind of person that doesn't want to. He like the one thing that like would probably kill him, like he really hates it with all this Aquarius energy. He hates to be excluded, and anytime he feels excluded or left behind, you're going to see him act out in certain ways. And he may, I don't think so, if I'm being honest. Um, I'm looking at his chart for addiction, for drugs, for alcohol, that kind of thing. I don't see that. And it's a real worry at this stage in American history that, somebody, would get their hands on weapons and then hurt other people or hurt themselves. I also don't really see that either, Kylie. I just see that emotionally, your brother just struggles to be on an even keel. And so, some of the things that I think would help him if he was willing to do it, he's probably a little young, but meditation. He may even need at different points in his life to work with supplements or medication. With Uranus speaking to the moon in this way, I'm no psychiatrist, but it's kind of classic um, bipolar energy. People who have Uranus speaking to the moon. I don't know why I keep saying the sun. It's the moon. Um, and so you'll see him cycle through, and he doesn't like the cycles any more than anyone around him does. And so you may find that it really helps him. There's a supplement that I have seen people take who struggle with bipolar. Um, it is called, I'll just show it to you. It's expensive, but it is a game changer for people who struggle with bipolar. What is it called? True Hope Empower Plus. Um, the Empower Plus formula was created by someone whose wife struggled with bipolar and eventually killed himself herself. And then not only were not only did she kill herself, but so too did like his oldest child because she had bipolar. I've seen people who don't have bipolar take this particular supplement and get a ridiculous amount of benefit, just settling and evening out their mental constitution, stress, anxiety, mood swings, energy, focus. It can really help with all of these things. So I strongly recommend it. They do not have sales, just so you know. It's always the same price, which is fantastic for predictability. But this particular supplement I've seen work wonders for people who just aren't responding to anything else because it changes the neurochemistry and makes certain energy available for them to think better thoughts, better quality thoughts, because our thoughts control our emotions. But if you don't have access to quality thoughts, your emotions are always all over the show. And I definitely see here for him, based on his chart, that his Chiron conjunct Pluto, I mean, that's just a recipe for always being a little bit moody, a little bit sad, a little bit just feeling internal strife and struggle, feeling repressed, even if you're not, right? You could be at the freest place in the world and still feel repressed with Chiron conjunct Pluto in that way. Mercury combusts the sun. He's not able to communicate well. And Uranus square moon, there's a real issue with moods being a little bit all over the show, especially with the Scorpio moon. So the sooner he can kind of start on something like maybe some supplements that would really just help him, because supplements you don't need a prescription for. You can just buy them off the internet. I think you're going to see I think you'll see him like really getting to a better place. And Kylie, I mean, he's a younger brother, so he will look or respect to some degree your lead. I would say maybe you try it and then offer him some and say, hey, just try these out, see what you think. I'm trying them. Why not? I think you'll find that he does a lot better. With a little bit of nutritional support. And you can certainly do that with nutraceutical supplementation. Great question, Kylie. I'm sorry to hear that he's struggling, but I do think that he can certainly overcome it. But it's about balancing out his baseline and bringing his baseline further up so it doesn't dip so low. And that supplement company is extraordinarily reputable. They've done a lot of third-party studies on that particular supplement, Empower Plus, that are not controlled by the company. Other organizations, schools, universities have come to them and said, hey, can we research the impact of this supplement on XYZ diagnosis? And they have seen breakthrough results for people in ADD, ADHD, breakthrough results in the world of, like I said, bipolar, anxiety, stress, these kinds of things. So I think that would help your brother a lot based on what I'm seeing here. He's a moodier person. You know, on the spectrum of emotionality, he tends toward the darker side. But I think if you could just lift that baseline for him, you're going to see that he can get along better with people. People are less annoying to him. He's less frustrated. He can let more things roll off of his back and be more engaged with life in a way that's empowering to him. Okay, great question, Kylie. I'm going to pull just some tarot for your brother. Um, Thank you again for being such an awesome moderator. I'm going to read for Jessica Bonelli next. Jessica, if you would go ahead and paste your birth details and your question, it's your turn. I would love to read for you. Thanks so much for your patience. For anyone that's just joining, if you would like to get on the list, you definitely can. I've just pasted the way that you can do that there in the chat. I just finished reading for Kylie's brother. She wanted to understand how she could help him with some of the challenges that he's facing. And now we will read for Jessica Bonelli. You would be next. I'm just going to pull some tarot for Kylie's brother, and then we'll go ahead and get into Jessica's chart. Oh, I love this. Okay, that's a great first card. Let me just see what happens next. What else do we have for Kylie's brother? Yeah. Oh man. One last one for Kylie's brother. Thank you very much. Gosh. Okay. So the first card out was the King of Wands. And in this deck, it's a person kind of pointing to a goal in the sky. It's very Sagittarius energy, Archer energy. Hey, that's the direction I want to travel in. But the next one is the Five of Pentacles. And in this deck, it shows a person walking on the heads of other people. The final card came with its own clarifier, and it is the Six of Cups clarified by the Nine of Cups reversed. And so what this tells me, and I put all of this together, this is telling me that your brother does have really clear ideas about what he wants and where he's going and how he feels and what matters to him and the way he wants to live life. The problem that your brother runs into is a bit of victim mentality. He kind of constantly feels like other people are getting in the way. Other people are his problem. Other people are constantly thwarting him or telling him what to do, specifically, is what I was hearing. He constantly feels like he's being told what to do by people. And he can't fully express who he is and his power and what he wants and where he's going, unfortunately. And so because of that, because he remembers a time in his life where it feels like things were simpler, it brings a lot of emotional instability and, not feeling control because people are telling him, they're not asking him, what do you want? How do you feel? Where do you want to go? What matters to you? How do you want to go about doing that? How can I support you? He's being kind of, his dreams and his sense of self and his own mental health, I'm actually seeing, is really being crushed. Like the way people around him are talking to him. It's not just within the family. I'm seeing the friends too. I'm almost seeing that he's almost frustrated by his friend group and the people that he's around, Kylie. He just wishes that he had access to better quality people, more supportive people around him, and he doesn't know how to get there. There's this sense as I'm looking at this that he and the people that he's around, he feels really like, why aren't these people smarter? Why are these people so negative? Why are these people so pushy? Why are they always telling me what to do? Like, why was I born into a group of people in a place and a location on planet Earth? Frankly, this is going to sound strange. I don't know if your brother feels this way, but this is the way the energy is coming through. He feels like the people around him are really stupid. He thinks they're dumb. And he just doesn't understand how he got grouped in with the dumb people on planet Earth. I'm sorry to say that. Because he looks around and he's like, why is nobody making better decisions? Like literally nobody. And he feels very heavy, very weighted down by the way he's watching not just the family, but his friends, the community interact with life in the world. And that he gets depressed by this quite a bit. really depressed by watching the way people are operating. I am seeing that there are some people around him, I don't know who they are, who are doing some drugs and some alcohol, some substances to kind of cope with and deal with like feeling like a lack of prospects and trying to like crush down and thwart, contain potential. And your brother is like, it's almost like he's teetering. He doesn't want to do that, but he can see his own emotions are a bit out of control with the frustrations that he's feeling around how, like, why is the world like this? Why am I like this? Why is everyone around me like this? And again, that's what creates all this emotional instability with him, because he can see where he wants to go, but it feels like there's no bridge between here and there. And so that frustration, it just creates implosion within him. And that's what you're seeing. He's struggling with feeling a lack of ladders, a lack of bridges to get where he wants to go. Um, and that's really the frustration that's going on. He's just feeling like there's just a lack of potential in his surrounds and his environs. And as a result of that, he's feeling caught, like he can't fight the wave of there's no potential here. He can't fight the wave of I can't grow in this soil. And so he's self destructing as he deals with it. And that's what you're seeing there, Kylie. The way out is just to continue to encourage him and encourage yourself. Find ladders that work for you. And again, because he's got a lack of people inviting his expression, inviting his dreams, start to ask him, engage him, that kind of thing. Start to ask him, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? What do you want? How did that impact you? Where would you prefer to go? When that happens, like what would you prefer to see? And then to start looking around in the environs, what ladders could there be if there's any kind of ladder? Honestly, for him, if he could go to school out of state, that would probably be some of the best thing. And just get out of the environment that he's around, Kylie. If he could go to, even if it's a community college in another location, in another state, where there's just more people on an upward mobility track. There was just a sense of trappedness that I was seeing both in the chart, but especially when we got to the cards, Kylie. There was a huge sense of like, I'm trapped and I can't get out, when it comes to the circumstances that he's in, unfortunately. And because of that trappedness, yeah, what you're seeing and what you're witnessing is self-destruction. It's implosion. It's exploding from the inside out. Yeah, both unsupported and then also uninspired. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad because I see your brother's really smart. He has a lot of potential, but he's struggling with feeling like he can't access it because there's this wave of underachieving around him. And because there's this wave of underachieving, he has no model to get to a place of like, this is how we access our potential. This is how we live our potential. I'm just seeing there's a lot of people around him making a lot of really bad decisions. Some of them just because that's what was modeled to them, some of them just because they're doing the same thing, trying to press down potential that they don't feel like they can express. And some of them just because there's no opportunities around them. And so there's a real kind of like, on if he can get himself to a place where there are more people and more opportunities, he's going to find that he's going to feel like he can breathe a little bit better. But this just feels like a flood of like a wave cut, like a tsunami. He's like, I'm not going to be able to do this, the tsunami. Like, how can I fight against everyone making bad decisions? I can't. And so the other thing I would say you can do, Kylie, is to just get yourself to a place where you're also, as his elder sibling, making the smartest choices you can for you, cleaning up your own world, your own act. If you're really concerned for him, get yourself to a place of safety so that you can then turn around and offer that safety to him. where you see yourself wasting your own potential, where you see yourself, not standing for your potential, like accepting less and like making these decisions that are just the decisions that people where we're from make, where you're doing that. I'm going to call you out. I got to say, Kylie, knock it off, because it's setting an example for him as you're younger that has him also seeing you as part of the problem. Unfortunately, he doesn't find inspiration via watching the choices you're making in your life. And so, as worried as you are about him, he just needs to be inspired. He just needs someone to show him, we can get out of this podunk town. We can get out of these generational patterns. We can get out of, these unhelpful and unhealthy responses to stress. He just needs to see one person be able to do it. And if one person can do it, that's a model for him that will stick in his brain and in his heart. But without that, with everyone doing dysfunction, he's just going to fall into it. And he's frustrated by it. I see he's got a big heart, big vision, big dreams. He knows what he wants. He just cannot seem to find the entrance to the bridge, cannot seem to find the ladder out, the beginning point of the ladder. So you get yourself together first. You're going to find that it becomes an inspiration to him and he starts to take note and take heed. But where you're doing the same kind of things that everyone around you has been doing, don't let yourself, right? Get focused, get clear, get moving. Like, don't sit and spin, because these kind of communities, these kind of enclaves where everyone is in mutual agreement, we don't express our potential here. We either use meth or we use cannabis in a way that stops us from being able to be full expressions of our potential, or we use alcohol in that way. That's not the truth of who you are, right? And so he's trying to figure out, how do I, if this is what everyone's doing, how do I get to a place where people aren't doing that? And how do I at least survive if I can't thrive in this place where everyone is? Is this making sense, Kylie? Let me know. He's looking for a model for accessing his potential so he can access his too. And the neurochemistry as well is also part of the problem. But the spread was definitely showing me the environment is not helping. And that's part of the problem too. Okay, Jessica, we're going to get into your chart. Thanks so much for your patience. All right, so what we have going on here for Miss Jessica, 1/30/2019, 8:11 p.m., Moncton. Okay, can you tell me what would be the main life lessons and struggle or potential struggles of my daughter? How do I support her the best? Great question. Yeah, he doesn't listen. Yeah. Okay. It's been that way for much. And I hate his friends. I've kicked them out before. Good, good. I'm glad, Kylie. I'm glad you have. But it's also a matter of you being not just the boundary for him, but the model. This is how we climb ladders. This is how we leverage potential, right? It's that. This is how we separate ourselves from negative energy. Okay, Jessica. Your daughter, her lifelong lesson is to embrace her emotions and understand that her emotional reality isn't something that she needs to control. It's not something that she needs to be afraid of. Her feelings are there for a reason, and she doesn't need to should all over her feelings. Instead, she can be with her feelings, and that her feelings are an opportunity for her to understand who she is. Okay. And what she needs. There's also something here in terms of, I don't know if you work a lot right now, Jessica. Monica, I see you're on the list. Thank you for joining. I'll read you as soon as I'm done with Jessica. So please get ready, because I'm going to ask you to paste your question and birth details as soon as I'm done with Jessica. So please start typing them now, but just don't hit send until I call your name. Jessica, I don't know if you work a lot, but I'm seeing also or if there's something in the world of nurture and self-compassion that she's going to need big time in this lifetime in terms of understanding her emotions. It looks like she incarnated with a bit of an abandonment wound. And it's going to have her really struggle in the world of love in this lifetime when it comes to giving and receiving love, as well as, yeah, I work a lot. To the degree that you are able, Jessica, two things are going to be needed. Number one, where you can really work on making that deeper emotional connection with her in the time that you do have. That's going to go a long way because there's this way in which that disconnect that she has from you, either because you're working a lot or because there's an internal disconnect with yourself from your own emotions. I see here one of the challenges of her lifetime is picking that up, modeling it, and then needing to undo it so that she's not looking for love in all the wrong places. I see here a couple of things that can have her set up for that. Neptune, Chiron, and her seventh house of commitment. In the sign of Pisces, this is a sign of somebody who overgives because they feel unworthy. And so, as much as you can lift her up and encourage her and tell her how much she deserves and how beautiful she is, and bring her to work with you when you can bring her to work with you, and show her that she's strong, and really value her contributions and her ideas in the home, and you know, when she's upset or crying or sad, really draw that out of her and give her permission to feel her feelings when there's tough days at school, when she starts kindergarten and nursery school, really, talk to her emotionally, like what happened, why did you feel that way, etc. Jessica, you're going to have to get into them, hon, because she's going to become what you are, which is exactly what we were talking about with Kylie, right? Her brother is really manifesting the environment, and you are her primary environment as one of her primary caregivers. You're going to have to really get into feeling your emotions so that she can manifest the light side of this, because she's got massive spiritual leadership energy within her. If she can get off on the foot of knowing that her emotions are valid, having emotional literacy, understanding what emotions are, understanding that thoughts generate our emotions, and that what she's thinking she has control over, and that sometimes, yes, things that happen with people can make us feel sad and all of that, but it's not just about having the control over the emotions, but understanding what our emotions are trying to tell us. As soon as you're able to, Jessica, I would say, as her mother, because she will become what you model, not what you tell her. If you're struggling with your emotions, I would get your hands on a feelings wheel as soon as possible, and get really good at your own emotional literacy and understanding what your emotions are in a day to day kind of way. This is going to go a huge, long way in terms of helping her understand her own emotions. You can see here that on a feelings wheel, we've got the core feelings. Then we've got secondary feelings. You can go from I feel bad to which is it? Bored, busy, stressed, or tired? Oh, it's stressed. Well, then let's get more specific. Is it overwhelmed or is it out of control? Because it's two different nuances. If you can start to build your own emotional literacy, you're going to help her build hers too from an early age. Because these early age feelings, bad, surprised, happy, sad, disgusted, angry, fearful, this is where we start when we're just learning language. And then as we move into their later years, we have all of these nuances to it. And so the more she can be deeply emotionally connected to herself, the more she gets that leadership quality of Chiron square her moon. And the leadership quality of having that Neptune and Pisces in the seventh house, where she's drawn to connect and help other people instead of being fearful of relationships because emotions are too much. And so the more you can just When you start to notice her feelings as an infant as well, she's a baby right now, right? Noticing her feelings, she's only what, 2, moving on to 3. Um, the main thing, well, Jessica, she doesn't have to end up with your wounds if you can start to work on healing your wounds. That's what I'm trying to tell you, babe. She can actually get started on the light side of Chiron square moon and this Pisces energy in the 7th house. She doesn't have to replicate it. She can actually transcend it if you begin the process of transcending it. If you get really emotionally in touch with yourself and emotionally congruent 3.5. Yeah, the more you, good. So she's verbal. Start their feelings wheels for children. Start teaching her how to work with her emotions. Learn the language as an adult of compassion for yourself, self compassion. There's this wonderful video by a woman named Kristen Neff, which is a fantastic, fantastic. She does this work called self compassion. And she had this TED talk a few years ago. This is going to be huge for you and huge for her. I would have a listen to this TED talk, and then I would get your hands on the self compassion workbook, because my suspicion, based on what I'm seeing in her chart, is that one of the things she may struggle with is a mom who lacks compassion for herself in the shadow. But in the light, what can happen is that if you are self compassionate and then you can teach her self compassion and that her feelings are valid and you learn the language of validating emotional realities, she'll get to a place where she steps into the leadership real quick, very early. I mean, this is huge, huge kinds of like leadership capacity and potential in her chart, healership ability in her chart, where she can stand as a healer in this world instead of being wounded as she walks through the world trying to undo what she inherited. So you fix it within yourself, and then you'll find that very naturally she steps into the lighter side of Chiron square moon, Neptune square moon. Moon in the chart represents our mothers. And with Neptune and Chiron acting on the moon, what I'm seeing here in a natal chart in the shadow, the first way this plays out at the lowest octave is an emotionally unavailable mom. But the only way the mom is emotionally unavailable to the child is if the mom is emotionally unavailable to herself. So, Jessica, if you can heal your relationship to your own emotional reality and bring your emotions home and be compassionate to them, accept them, allow yourself to have feelings, learn the language and the names of your feelings. Don't cut your emotions off, push them down. Don't tell her not to cry. You cry and she cries. Everyone gets to cry, right? The more you can do that, the easier you're going to find she begins to navigate life from the light side instead of the shadow. I just been feeling that I needed to deal with my shit ASAP before it affected her bright personality. There you go. Well, consider what I just said your validation. Deal with it ASAP. I agree. Nice, Jessica. It's such a beautiful question, such a loving mom way to be. She really does have the potential to step into that leadership side and become a healer with that energy in her chart very early on. It looks like she's the kind of child who would, go to school and stand up to bullies. She looks like she's the kind of child who would stick up for other kids, or if there's a kid who's sad in the corner, she's got that emotional literacy herself. She's the one person who'd go on and check on them in the group, make sure they're okay and re-include them. She's got all of that in her. That sensitivity is in her. But in order for that to happen, for her to be deeply emotionally connected, and I see she's a very sensitive soul, she is deeply emotionally connected. For that to not get severed, you have to unsever in order to integrate, bring back together your own emotional connection to yourself, because she will become what you model, whether you have told her to do differently or not. Vibrationally, she will get into alignment with you, with her environment. So, yes, heal it. Very good insight, but it's not just about loving her, Jessica. It's also about loving you. And the more you can love you, the easier it's going to be to raise a daughter who's also in love with herself. Okay. Thank you so much. And for the resources, this will be extreme helpful. Yeah, get that self compassion workbook, get yourself a feelings wheel. There are magnets, there are coasters, there are pillows, there are some for adults, there are some for kids. Start getting in touch with your emotional literacy. That's going to help you significantly. Okay. Yes, I 100% understand that. You are so right on point. Very good. Queen of Water was lurking as usual. How's work today, Queen of Water? How's it going, hun? We're going to go ahead and read for Monica. Monica, welcome. Please paste your question and your birth details. Yeah, you're welcome, Jessica. Get the resources. They're going to help you a lot. Notice the change. Really awesome. Oh, yay, Monica, thanks for being ready when I called your name. I really, really appreciate it. Well done. Okay. If anyone wants to get on the list is open. I just pasted the way to do that below. It's 2525 payment to either the PayPal or the Venmo, or you can send 3535 and I'll do tarot plus the astro for you, not just the astro. Monica has purchased the tarot and astro, so you'll get the opportunity to watch me do that for her. Monica, I need your birth location and time if you have. Okay. All right. 2, 4, 1988, 8:50 a.m. Okay. Let's see. Let me share the screen. (8:50 a.m.) Great. Um, but what's the location? Monica, what's your birth location? I'll just refresh my page just in case it's me, but it is not showing. Yeah, I don't see a birth location over here. Kylie, did I miss her birth location? Do you see her birth location? Yeah, I do not see a birth location here. I have the time. I need the location. Like, where was she born? Okay, Kelly is on the list. We'll read for Kelly next. Thank you, Kelly, for jumping on the list. Oh boy. As soon as I'm done with Monica, I'll read for you. Um, so Kelly, go ahead and get your question ready to paste in the chat. Type out your birth details. I need the time, the place, and the location. It's okay if you don't have the time, but I definitely need the location and I need the day. And then go ahead and type in your question as well. Just don't send it yet. Type it out so that when I call your name, Kelly, type it out so that when I call your name, Kelly, for your turn, you have it ready for me. Okay. And we may actually come to you next because maybe Monica got a phone call or she's unavailable to have her reading done. So we may actually read for you next, Kelly. If anyone would like a mini reading, you can definitely jump on the list. I'm trusting that MN means Minnesota, Monica. And just to save time, I'm just going to skip since Minnesota's one time zone. I'm going to pick any location there because we're rather behind now. So if you'd like to get on the list, you definitely can. The list is certainly open. The way that you do that is to make payment. You can send $25.25 for an astrology reading with a single question. And you can also send $35.35 if you would like astrology plus tarot. So that's to answer your question there, Larry Richard George. Okay, we're going to read for Monica now. Let's go ahead and see. Monica says February 4th, 1988, 8:50 a.m., born in Minnesota. Okay, I've worked the same job for 11 years. I'm struggling with finding a career path. I don't hate it, but I have a strong urge to do something in healing or helping others. As a recently divorced mom, I'm getting in my own way. I don't know what that means about what recently divorced has to do with getting in your own way. I'm nervous about actually going for it. Now that I understand, just being nervous generally about going for something new. Do you see anything that I might do well in the direction of healing and helping? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. What might Monica do well in the direction of healing and helping other people? Um, going back to your natal chart, I do see here that I don't know what you're doing now, but you definitely have educator energy in you with Sagittarius at the 10th house cusp. You're going to make a brilliant teacher. And you can teach whatever you want. Jupiter's here in the first house. There's a lot of people who are coaches with this kind of placement. And they do really well in the realm of coaching people to reach their highest potential, overcome their blocks. Clearly, you have to overcome your own first, but reach their potential, overcome their blocks, stand in full and true self expression with Jupiter in the first house. In the first sign, Aries is the sign of the self. The first house is the sign of the self. Jupiter expands whatever he touches, and Jupiter's the ruler of your career house. With a career house that's ruled by Sagittarius, Sagittarius governs teachers, it governs religious clerics, it governs professors. And so, in the world of looking for what would be successful for you, we have to honor the sign on the edge of the house in order to have success in that house. The sign on the edge of your house there is all about faith, hope, and optimism, leaning into your belief systems, even creating your own set of belief systems. In addition to that, Monica, this is also about teachers, like I said, of any type. You don't have to think of teacher as going into an elementary school and helping kids. There's coaches, there's speakers, there's facilitators, there's trainers, there's people who work in corporate, there's teachers who work inside of, all sorts of different places. If you wanted to work in prisons, you could be an educator in there. You could be a self-esteem facilitator for certain people. I'm seeing all the way around your gifting and healing and helping people is helping them be more of themselves. It's no accident that that's the case. Looking at your chart, we have Mars, the ruler of Aries, in Sagittarius. We have Jupiter, the ruler of Sagittarius, in Aries. We would call that mutual reception. When you've got two planets in mutual reception, they help one another. But because Aries is so strongly featured, the sign of the individual, the self, our motivation, our ambitions, passions, goals, and drives, because Aries is so highly featured by this Mars and by this Jupiter placement in the sign of Aries, this tells us that your innate capability is encouraging, motivating, guiding people into their selfhood, their individuality, their uniqueness. It's in helping people become who they really are, not who the world wants them to be, who their family told them they could be, or what their wounds said they could be. This is about helping people overcome all of that so they can really be their best selves and their highest expression at all times. Monica, I'm seeing you have a lot of passion and a lot of insight and a lot of capacity to see where people are getting in their own way. I also see with this Aquarius sun, you've got a huge heart and Aquarius in the 12th house. Not only that, you've also got a very intuitive sense of who you are. This Virgo moon makes you someone who's extraordinarily discerning about what needs to happen and in what order. So when people are getting in their own way and stuck, i.e., as you are, you find the way to get them the ladder out. Monica, I am seeing this beautiful energy is something that's accessible to you as you move through this season of your life. In other words, you're being offered the opportunity to step into your healing and helping gift by healing and helping yourself first. And that's only made possible through this Saturn transit to your sun, which is asking you to come home to yourself, get into integrity with yourself and who you really are. This Jupiter return that hits next year brings you into a brand new 12-year cycle. And so all of this is unfolding in such a way that's allowing you to walk the path that you will now lead others down. In other words, healer, heal thyself, teacher, teach thyself. You are the answer that you are looking for, Monica. And in becoming that answer, what you're going to find is that you do the very thing that you teach other people how to do. You come to believe in yourself, you'll teach other people how to believe in themselves. You reach your own full potential, you'll show other people the path to reach their potential. Sounds like you're going to be the perfect coach for Kylie's brother. So I'm excited about that for you. I'm shuffling now for you the Light Seers Tarot. Please give me 3 cards. What would what would actually, that's not it. We need to do an oracle for you. We need to do an oracle card for you because we're going to look at your divine gifts, and the light worker oracle deck really does reveal people's divine gifts in a lot of ways. Tarot reveals situations, but this particular oracle deck reveals people's growth and their who they are in the light to others. Can you please give us one card to show us who Monica is? You know, when she's operating at her highest, she wants to heal and help other people. She wants to heal and help other people. What is it that Monica is for other people? What does Monica bring to the table for other people? How does Monica heal and help other people? Can you please reveal that to us now? What is Monica's path when it comes to healing and helping other people? Okay. Okay, the divorce part was part of my fear, doing something new, change. Thank you. Coaching was on my list of possibilities. All that is extremely helpful. You look like a phenomenal coach, educator, trainer. Your oracle card is Family of Light, number 17. Let me see if I can find that so you can just see it. Light Seer Tarot card 17, Family of Light. Light Worker Oracle card. It's a really beautiful card. Oops, let's go over here to the images. Yeah, okay, this is it. This is the one. So I'm just going to expand that so that you can see it. In the Light Worker Oracle deck, let me share a screen again. Okay. All right, so this is card number 17, the Family of Light. This is the card for you. The limits that much of humanity place upon their love, that they will love their own family, country, religion, or community better than they love those on the outside. This is a powerful card. Oh, or is it? Okay, there we go. Do not restrain your heart. You are capable of loving humanity, of loving all creation on earth as an extended spiritual family. You will love all as your own. You are meant to belong to a broader family of light. God, we need you right now. Because there's so much division consciousness. There's so much separation consciousness. There's so much, oh, not you, just us right now. We're seeing a resurgence of racism, a resurgence of sexism, a resurgence of nationalism. Like, no, we're not all one global community. It's us first. We're seeing that all over the world right now, that we have to take care of our own. Everyone isn't one of us, and anyone who's not one of us is less than us, is our enemy. We have to put them down. We have to put them in their place. They can't have what we have because there's not enough for everyone. There's just enough for us. When you pull the Family of Light card, you are the type of person who actually is here to heal those kinds of divisions. Okay, so here's what it says. While some souls have incarnated to learn about us and them, others have the purpose of teaching unconditional, all embracing love, and you are one of these. You have taken life to love the many, not just the few. For this purpose to be anchored, issues in your biological family may keep you from bonding with them in a typical way. I'm also hearing that you may have found storylines of intergenerational, same sex, interfaith love in your family. Those were meant to be models for you of where your life is headed. It's about being that bridge. Perhaps you were the odd one out in your family, the one whom no one really understood. Perhaps you felt loved but couldn't live in the way your family seemed comfortable with. Maybe you lost family members through divorce, disease, depression, death, or outright prejudice, or through addiction or emotional immaturity that left you disconnected from key family members. If your father figure was absent, while you must do the emotional healing work to process that pain, understand the purpose of that absence for your own spiritual connection to remain intact, pure, and powerful. If your mother figure was absent, while you're advised to do the emotional work to process that pain, understand the purpose of its absence. For you to look beyond your immediate family to find your place and find your belonging to and being devoted to the entire human race. This pain was a part of how you remained unconditioned by the more typical family bonds. While these bonds are necessary for many souls to experience their life lessons, the difficulty you may have experienced regarding these bonds help push you to become a child of love. So, meaning many people who experience abandonment early on in their lives because mom or dad really isn't all the way available, they then begin to seek love out in the world, and they recognize themselves not just as a member of their own tribe or family, they recognize themselves as part of the family of life. You had to seek family in expansive ways, remaining open as you searched for love rather than feeling satisfied by your immediate tribe and closed to those outside it. You can come through your experience not as a victim of circumstance, but as an empowered soul. Thanks for handling it, Kylie. I appreciate it. Just saw your email. Process it, heal, forgive, and step into the spiritual blessings gained through your atypical relations with your biological family. Although you were not meant to belong in a traditional way to your family of origin, you will never be denied the love that you need. You are here to help build a human family joined by more than blood or legal union. It will not just be you loving the world, but the world loving you. The power of your heart to give and receive love will not be wasted. So it is time to gently undo the patterns of attempting to fit in. Instead, trust that you're exactly where you're meant to be. And when you do, your magnetism will draw love and friendship for those who vibrate at a similar level of consciousness. Leave past hurts and rejection behind. You no longer need them now, and be brave. Pray to connect with your family of light, not only in spirit, but also here on earth. Let them in. Know that you belong here in spirit and in body to be loved, held, touched, listened to, and accepted just as you are. And that's what we were talking about. You accepting yourself, taking yourself on this journey. The next step is really showing then other people how to love and accept themselves. Like I said, we've got a lot of division consciousness going on right now. It's crazy happening right now. And so there's really something happening that will allow you in your alchemical processes, Monica. There's something happening that will allow you to walk over this bridge, get fully to the other side. Once you're there, you'll turn around and be a guide, a teacher for those who are coming behind you, who also need to find their place in the family of life. Remember, we talked about uniqueness and really facilitating you, not just uniqueness, but your own spirit, who you are, bringing that forward here. There's an individuality that's meant to be embraced in your chart as a healer and a helper to other people. You do that for yourself first. You'll be the perfect guide for others. Let me know how that resonates, Monica. Kelly, you are next. Please paste your cue in the chat and leave your in the chat and your birth details, date, time, location, time if you have it. We're going to move on to Rosalina after we do Kelly. Okay. Awesome. Let's catch up what's happening here in the chat. Building the future. Yes, that's literally who she is. She's a future builder. That's it. Kylie, I'm so glad you said that, because she is actually visualizing the future we could all live into, and then she builds it, and then she helps people get into it. So that's a very beautiful way to put it. Leary Richard George, the problem with today's astro projecting, there is no moral checks or bonds on honesty and a true moral compass. How about asking Allie if she has not been corrupted? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see in the tarot business any policing of readers. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Leary Richard George. Tarot readers should first be graduated through a sense and occupation of giving through cards, giving people back the opportunity to make money back from the card merchant. I do not know what you're talking about, Leary Richard George. This is a conversation that is not helpful. So we're just going to, I don't know what you're going on about there. You won the axe throwing event. Congratulations. Why am I not surprised? Not surprised at all. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being ready when I called you, Kelly. Really appreciate it. Okay, so, and Leary, Richard, George, we don't badmouth other readers on this channel. They read the way they want to read, and we also try to stay on topic. Like we're in the middle of someone's reading, we provide support and energy to them getting what they need to from the reading. We try to stay focused in that way in this room. Okay, Kelly. So, you're welcome to stay, you're welcome to hang out. I just ask that you really work with the energy that's unfolding here in this room. And certainly, I don't know what issues you may have with Allie or anyone else. If you've got issues there, you take it there. We don't cross talk about other readers here. All right. Kelly, thank you so much for again being prepared. Webster Groves, Missouri, 9/22/1988 to 22 p.m. Okay, there we go, Kelly. Bye again. Thanks. And then after we do Kelly, then I'm going to do you, Rosalina. Thanks for your patience. Okay, so here we are. And if anybody would like to jump on the list, you certainly can. The way to get a reading, a mini reading with me, is to do that. You just want to send a payment of $25.25 or $35.35. $25.25 gets you the astrology chart. $35.35 gets you the astrology plus tarot or oracle clarifiers to add on for additional messages. You can send payment to PayPal or to Venmo, and you just have your details ready when I call your name. I'm reading for Kelly now, and after I finish with Kelly, then I'm going to go ahead and read for Rosalina. Monica says, thank you so much, or so much of that resonated. Thank you again. I'm so excited and a bit emotional now. The family issues and wanting to help them and just all of it. Right on, Monica. I'm glad I could validate your path with the work today. Thank you for letting me read for you. Fiona says, amen, Kay. Yes. We keep it light. We keep it focused. We keep it uplifting here. Okay, Kelly, let's get into your question. Miss Kelly says, I wanted to hear highlights or areas of importance between now and my birthday in September. Ooh, well, happy upcoming birthday, baby. We're like just a little over a month out. I'm really happy to hear your birthday's coming so soon. Let me just see something. Let me get into the very tail end of this month because that'll put us smack in the middle of the energies. And then let me get up to your birthday. 9/14. Yeah, you're on your birthday. Mercury will be retrograde this year. Okay. Well, you've already been in the midst of I wasn't sharing screen. There we go. Here we go. Hey, Shay Shay, welcome. It's great to have you here, beloved. Thanks for joining. Welcome to hang out, soak up the vibes, the community, and the energy. Or if you'd like to get a reading, you definitely can. So here we go. We've got Mercury retrograde on your birthday. So this means that the year you're walking into is going to be a year where you're really focused on your communication patterns, your thought patterns, limiting beliefs, and breaking those, retraining your brain essentially, and cleaning up either communication with other people or thinking about yourself or about life that isn't working for you. Saturn sitting on top of your moon as you come into your birthday this year is going to make this year, it's a challenging year. I certainly see that. But thematically, this is about coming into your integrity. When Saturn transits moon in this way, it's about leaning into and coming to understand and learning your North Node. In your natal chart, your North Node Pisces is about learning how to accept change and go with the flow here in your second house. This is about not holding on or being attached to the way things were or being attached to the way things are going to be. With Saturn acting on your moon, as well as Uranus conjunct your moon or Uranus square your moon. What we're seeing at this time is a major emotional transformation where you're getting the ability and the opportunity to come home to yourself. I certainly see there are some tough lessons here around self esteem, self worth, self respect, self love, self value, and some tough lessons about money. Not letting people pay you just whatever they can, whatever they have, whenever they have on hand. This is Kelly for you. This is about financial boundaries and getting to a place where you understand that you cannot be everyone's bank. You cannot, like in the game of Monopoly, you actually have to stand for yourself and what you need financially first. Uranus acting on this moon in this way is changing your orientation to some of your creative projects, and it's allowing you to understand creativity and creatively what you need. I am seeing that there could be some women's health issues as you move into this, not in the next 4 weeks, obviously, but overall in the next year, just make sure you're getting everything checked the way you need to with your female hormones and your feminine health. I would also say that if there's any challenges at this time with your mother, significant women, or women and authority figures in your life, at this time, it's because you're meant to be stepping into your own independence as a woman and being your own authority figure as a female in your life, learning to trust that internal guidance and that internal compass even when it sometimes feels hard to hear. There's so much here I would like to tell you about your birth year, but it's time for me to stop and move on to your tarot. That Saturn and Uranus are also talking to that Venus, which is going to change other things about love and money. I'm also seeing Jupiter square that Chiron, and it's going to bring up some wounding, but I think you probably have it well in hand at this point. It's a big year for you, a huge year of growth, a huge year of transformation. And just in the next 6 weeks, I think you're going to start to feel, like when you're at a concert and before the lead, like the headliner comes out, there's like a magic in the air. There's like a popcorn energy in the crowd. There's something that is like there's like something kinetic. And my sense looking at this is that in the next 6 weeks, you're really going to feel this kinetic energy right now, as it's like, okay, I feel something's coming, something's changing. The reality is it's already changing for you, Kelly. You're already in the right place doing the right things. This Saturn transit moon energy has been there for you for some time now. And what's really important for you is that you just allow yourself to lean into the changes, Kelly. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead shuffling for Kelly. Rosalina, please get ready with the birth details that I need and the time of birth that I need and the location and the question, because I'm going to be done with Kelly in a moment. And as soon as I'm done, it'll be your turn. So you can go ahead and paste. If you would like to get on the list, you certainly can. I'm reading for Rosalina now, but you would be next. The way to get on the list